Chapter 34. Lu Qing booked a small hotel near the train station. It was converted from a regular hostel and operated like a youth hostel. The price was based on the bed instead of the room, so it was relatively cheaper. It was perfect for students like him who needed to save money. Of course, this small hotel was a little more upscale than a youth hostel. According to the comments on the internet, it was quieter, more formal, and less complicated. After 10 minutes of jogging to the hotel, Lu Qing registered his ID card and was led into the room by a waiter. It was a standard room with 2 beds. The inner bed was already occupied and was snoring loudly. Surprisingly, the sound of the door opening didn't wake him up. Lu Qing frowned, but when he thought of the small hotel that only cost a few dozen yuan, he relaxed again. You get what you pay for. I can't ask for too much. After the waiter left, he locked his backpack and valuables in the cupboard of his bed and quietly went to the bathroom. After brushing his teeth, taking a shower, and squatting, he took off his jacket and jeans and lay on the bed. The bed wasn't soft, but it was much better than the seat on the train. It comforted Lu Cheng's body from every contact point and slowly let his emotions drift away. A strange city, a strange place, and a strange bed. Everything was so strange, as if it had nothing to do with his past life. The sound of snoring, the sound of wind whistling outside the window, and the roar of the engine from time to time, made Lu Qing feel a little uneasy, but also a little isolated from the world, as if he was the only one awake in the world, still enjoying the tranquility and strangeness of the night. Collecting his thoughts, he told himself to go to sleep as soon as possible. There was a competition tomorrow, so he had to be in the best state of mind. He sent a message to Yanjika, saying that he had arrived safely in Yanling. Then he charged his phone and put it under his inner pillow, in case it was stolen. Then, to resist the snoring, he closed his spirit and qi and entered meditation, emptying his mind as the bright nebula rotated slowly. Unknowingly, he fell into a deep sleep. But when it was 5:30, his biological clock urged him to wake up naturally. Instead of staying in bed, he nimbly turned over and put on his jacket. After brushing his teeth, washing his face with cold water and combing his hair, he felt refreshed again. He opened the cabinet, took out his things, rummaged through his backpack, and changed into the navy blue, Longhu Club, martial arts suit. Then, he carried his luggage and tiptoed out of the room. Under the surprised gaze of the receptionist on duty, he completed the procedures and walked out of the door. It was still dark at 5 in the morning in winter. None of the morning stalls were open. Only a few cleaners were sweeping the snow nearby. Fortunately, it was a big city. There were street lights everywhere, illuminating the road in the bone-chilling wind. He took out his phone, opened the map, and searched for the match venue and the route to his current location. It's only a little over 20 kilometers. Isn't that far? Let's just run over there. It'll be a good morning exercise and a warm-up for the competition. Slightly more than 20 kilometers. Is it very far? The cleaner beside him raised his head and looked at Lu Qing blankly, suspecting that he had misheard. Even if he wanted to take a taxi, it wasn't near, right? After stretching his muscles, Lu Qing carried his backpack and started running. Braving the cold wind and darkness, he ran until dawn. The sun rose from the east, and the traffic on the street gradually increased. Before 7 o'clock, he arrived at the competition venue, the Yanling Martial Arts Gym. He stood still nearby, practiced his fighting style, and completed his warm-up. After that, he found a breakfast shop, ate 5 big meat buns in one go, and drank a cup of soy milk with satisfaction. At this time, his phone beeped. Yanjika replied, "Lazy Cheng, get up. Be careful not to be late for the match." In a strange place, a familiar chat. Lu Qing unconsciously showed a smile on his face. Handsome people get up early. I'm already near the match venue. You really worked hard for the match. You went to bed so late last night. Yanjika sent a patting head emoji. Are you in good spirits? If your match is in the afternoon, you can find a place to sleep first. I'm nervous and excited. I'm in good spirits. Lu Qing truthfully described his state and sent a silly smile emoji. Yan Jika didn't mention the topic of Lu Cheng's good performance again. They chatted until they arrived at the airport, boarded the plane, and turned off the communication device. Lu Qing put away his phone, carried his backpack, and went to the reception of the committee. After a few minutes of waiting in line, he handed the invitation to the receptionist. The pretty girl with light-colored glasses looked at the invitation, entered the serial number into the computer, and checked the information. Please give me your ID card for verification. She looked at Lu Qing with a little curiosity. No rank, full of the air of a student. How did he get the invitation? Lu Qing took out his ID card and handed it to the receptionist. The receptionist checked it carefully several times before returning it, and gave him a black round card half the size of a palm. There was a phoenix embossing on it, and the number, 656, was written on it. This is your number and entry certificate. After you enter the arena, go to each big screen and look at the matchup table. Find your opponent, the arena you're in, and the number of matches you're in. Go to the side and wait in advance. If you want more detailed information about your opponent, you can go to the service desk to get it. The delicate and pretty girl said seriously. Thank you. Lu Qing thanked her with a smile. Sorry, one more question. Is there a place to leave my luggage? Yes, please go to the reception desk. The receptionist gave a standard smile. The Yanling Martial Arts Stadium was bigger than Lu Qing had imagined. There were at least 20 to 30,000 spectators. Outside the huge ring in the center of the stadium, there were 9 simple rings separated by white lines around the practice field. In the first few rounds, when there were many fighters, the matches would be held in all 10 rings at the same time. After one match, the most popular one would be in the center ring. When it came to the group matches, the simple rings would be removed and only the central ring would be held. There were many big screens in the stadium for the spectators to use or to replay the highlights. At this time, the pages were turning to show the list of matches. Lu Qing moved to one of the screens and looked for his name according to the number. After a few pages, he finally saw his name. Ring 7, Round 5, number 656, Lu Qing, 18 years old, no rank, number 237, Lu Yinglong, 22 years old, amateur 4th pin. Damn, I'm going to meet an amateur 4th pin master as soon as I come. Lu Qing felt wronged. Although it was much better than facing a professional 9th pin or even professional 8th pin master directly, it was already a bad draw for him. He was quite confident to face an amateur 7th, 8th, or 9th pin master. Should I change my draw today and go home? Forget it, I'll just increase my actual combat experience. In front of another screen, a few men were also looking at the list of matches, 18 years old, no rank. Big brother, you're so lucky. A bearded man wrapped in a dark down jacket said to the leader with a smile. The leader was a young man of average height. His eyebrows were thick but messy, and there were traces of acne on his forehead. The most eye-catching thing about him was his arms, which were much longer than normal people's arms, almost reaching his knees. Facing the cheers of his junior brothers and sisters, Lu Yinglong calmly shook his head. It's not worth being happy about now. Why is it not worth being happy about? Big brother, isn't this the best opponent you've ever had? 18 years old, no rank. A young girl in a martial arts suit was puzzled. Lu Yinglong took a deep breath. There's another kind of people who are 18 years old and have no rank. Those direct disciples of big sets and martial arts competitions don't bother to participate in amateur ranking events. They just want to finish their apprenticeship and make a career out of it. That's true. The bearded man at the beginning showed some concern. Big brother, let's go and ask for detailed information. Since there were 10 matches going on at the same time, the audience naturally couldn't enjoy all of them. They would make corresponding selections based on the list of matches, whether they were interested or not, and whether the time was right. When they had a general idea, they would go to the service desk to ask for detailed information of the players and make the final selection. As for the fighters and matches that were valued, the service desk would also recommend them to the audience. Carrying a big backpack, Lu Qing lined up in front of one of the service desks. While waiting, he took out his phone and opened a web page, wanting to know how Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch were doing in the draw. In the Longhu Club forum, the live broadcast post of Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament had been set up. Road to the Arena wrote with a funny emoji. Good luck, I got a guy of amateur 7th pin. Looks like I'm blessed by the goddess of luck in this challenge tournament. Little Punch is good too. His opponent is of amateur 5th pin. The gap between them is quite obvious. Then you have to win glory for the forum. If you don't make it to the group stage, bring your little brother to see me. Okamoto's fan replied. Beautiful World and other female IDs also cheered for him and asked Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch to take pictures. We'll do it when we win this match. Road to the Arena replied with a little pride. Lu Qing grinned, envious of their good luck. In front of the service desk, he asked for the information of his opponent and himself. He put away his backpack and walked to Ring 7 while reading. Lu Yinglong, male, 22 years old, the eldest disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School in Yanling. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 20 and is now of amateur 4th pin, good at full arm boxing. The more Lu Qing read, the more guilty he felt. On the other side, Lu Yinglong also got the information. He glanced at it and laughed. Luckily, he didn't meet that kind of monster. He's just a rookie who came here to increase his actual combat experience. I guess he's preparing for the ranking event next year. The mustached man in the dark down jacket glanced at it. A student of Songqing University. Why did he come all the way here? Maybe his home is nearby. Lu Yinglong didn't care. Your opponents are all strong. You have to cheer up and deal with them carefully. When Lu Qing found Ring 7, the match was about to start. The two fighters in the first match stepped into the ring, but the audience was sparse. Most of them were looking at the central ring. Maybe I can learn something from watching the match at such a close distance. He comforted himself. At 9:00 sharp, the bell rang. Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament officially began. Chapter 35. The martial arts arena was filled with the sound of punches and kicks and the collision of bodies. Lu Qing glanced at the 7th ring and couldn't help thinking about his opponent, amateur 4th pin, Baiyuan Martial Arts School, good at full arm boxing. What are the characteristics of full arm boxing? How big is the gap between senior brother Li Mao of amateur 4th pin and amateur 3rd pin? Can I make some preparations in advance according to the characteristics of his boxing? Lu Qing couldn't bear to watch the match anymore. He walked to the nearest spectator seat, took out his phone, opened the web, and searched for information about full arm boxing. He clenched his teeth and watched a video of a full arm boxing fighter's fight, which gave him an intuitive impression of his enemy. Full arm boxing imitates the pouncing of apes and monkeys. His footwork is very flexible. In the video, he appeared behind his opponent in a flash. He can be described as a ghost. His punches are like whips and spears. He is good at 1-inch punch and every move is crisp. Lu Qing outlined his upcoming opponent with his own understanding and thought about what fighting style to use. I'm courting death if I compete with him in terms of flexibility and agility. But I'm bound to lose if I keep defending. I may not even be able to withstand 1 or 2 punches. I have a general understanding of full arm boxing, and I have a general understanding of him. What does he know about me? My profile says I'm a Songqing University student, age, height, etc. I've never participated in the ranking event and have no formal fighting experience. If I don't tell him, who knows what boxing style I'm practicing and what I'm good at? This is a kind of advantage. Combined with full arm boxing, can I show a flaw and set a trap for him? He'll definitely look down on me and take the bait easily. Lu Qing held his phone and fell into deep thought. Gradually, he came up with an idea and decided on the direction of his attempt. Once his heart was set, his aura calmed down. His earlier apprehension and disappointment quietly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by anticipation and eagerness. Maybe it will work. If I don't give it a try, why should I lower my head and admit defeat? Standing up, Lu Qing felt a sense of pride, as if he was ready to fight against the heavens and the earth. The haze from before was swept away. Even if he really lost, at least he wasn't afraid. At least he tried his best. This was the spirit and willpower that a real martial artist should have. When Lu Qing returned to Ring 7, the third match had just ended. The two fighters in the fourth match were using the 3-minute conversation time to curse each other, trying to provoke each other. Lu Qing looked around and found several men and women in black martial arts suits on the left side of the ring. Some were wearing down jackets, some were playing with their phones, and one of them was very eye-catching. His arms were extraordinarily long. Long arm. It should be Lu Yinglong. Lu Qing thought. Lu Yinglong also noticed him and said to the mustache man beside him, "Look, my opponent is here." The mustached man looked over and chuckled. "You look like you've learned a lot. No wonder you want to come here for actual combat practice." The other disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School laughed for a while and then dispersed to their own rings in case they missed the time. Only the mustached man and the girl who was playing with her phone were left behind. The fourth match lasted for a long time. The two fighters who were cursing each other were evenly matched in strength. After more than 10 minutes of stalemate, the winner and the loser were both out of breath. Since there were at least 20 knockout matches in each ring in the morning, time was tight. The referee only took a sip of water and then announced the start of the fifth match. The two fighters entered the ring. Thump. Thump. Lu Qing couldn't help but feel nervous. In the words of the internet, he was like a newbie trembling in fear. This was his first official martial arts competition. Even if there was hardly any audience, let alone cheering. He took a deep breath and concealed his spirit and chi to get rid of most of his nervousness, leaving only a little for secretion of hormones to keep his body in the best state. He took out his phone, wallet and other belongings, took off his thermal jacket and handed it to the match supervisor. After checking his number plate, Lu Qing stepped into the white line and came to the left side of the referee, facing Lu Yinglong who had extraordinarily long arms. 3 minutes of conversation time, the referee said concisely. The referee said concisely. He seized the 3 minutes to regulate his breathing and recover, so as to avoid exhausting his physical strength and slowing down his reaction in the later stages. He would be unable to prevent accidental injuries from happening. After 10 matches, he would switch places with the supervisor who had been resting all this time. Conversation time. After greeting each other, Lu Cheng's mind went blank. What should he say? If it was talker, he could make him unable to say anything. Lu Cheng was not good at psychological games. Standing there like a fool, he fully demonstrated the characteristics of a newbie. Lu Yinglong smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. Just perform what you have been practicing." Hearing this, the girl who was playing with her phone and the bearded man in a dark down jacket laughed out loud. Was Big Brother used to instructing his junior brothers and sisters? Lu Cheng was also a little embarrassed, as if he was back in the martial arts special training, facing senior brother Li Mao's preaching. "Thank you," he responded politely. Facing a newbie, Lu Yinglong disdained to play verbal and psychological games. He quietly counted the time, regulated his breathing, and pushed his body to the best state. Lu Cheng was half in meditation, coordinating every inch of his muscles, slowly getting them into the best state for exerting force. 3 minutes passed quickly. The referee pressed down with his right hand. "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yinglong didn't show any modesty. He stepped forward and shook his right arm. His strength was channeled, and like a javelin, the tip of the spear went straight for Lu Cheng's chest. The crisp sound was like the sound of the wind. Seeing that he was coming at him aggressively, Lu Cheng took a stance, blocking the punch with his left arm and right hand. Bang! The two collided, making a dull sound. Lu Cheng only felt that his body was slightly pressed, which was a sign that his opponent's strength was slightly better. But Lu Cheng was not surprised. Instead, he was happy because it was only a slight advantage, which meant that there was not much difference between them. This meant that after only 3 months of training, with the help of the Jin Dan, he had the strength of an amateur fourth pin fighter. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Yinglong suddenly disappeared in front of him. Like a monkey jumping, Lu Yinglong appeared behind him in a flash, which was impossible to guard against. Lu Yinglong's left hand, which was hanging softly, suddenly tightened like a whistling soft whip, making a crisp sound. He drew a semicircle and whipped Lu Cheng's neck from top to bottom. With his strength, the 1-inch force of the full arm boxing, and the posture of this move, if it hit Lu Cheng, at least the bones would be fractured. If it hit the neck, Lu Cheng might pass out on the spot and become a paraplegic. The referee was ready to stop it at any time. Lu Cheng seemed to have expected this. Without turning his head, he took 2 big steps forward and avoided the full arm boxing. But Lu Yinglong didn't seem disappointed. Instead, he raised the corner of his mouth and followed up with another attack. He wanted to force Lu Cheng to be unable to turn around and walk out of the ring step by step. Seeing Lu Cheng take a step to the left in an attempt to dodge, Lu Yinglong followed him closely and threw out his right arm like a javelin. Just as he was about to hit Lu Cheng, his eyes suddenly froze. He saw Lu Cheng straighten his back and straighten his spine, like a flood dragon rushing out of the shoal, forcibly shifting his center of gravity back. Yin-yang stance. Lu Cheng was best at yin-yang stance. With a turn of his feet, Lu Cheng came behind Lu Yinglong. Lowering his dantian, he visualized the scene of a brutal blizzard in his mind. White snow, whistling wind, and freezing cold. His heart was cold, and his strength was strong. He adjusted his muscles and was about to hit one of the first 8 moves of 24 blizzard strikes. But at this moment, he changed his visualization in an instant. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and hit the trees, igniting a prairie fire. Lu Cheng felt numbness in his tailbone and a warm current gushed out. Under the double push, he felt his arms swell. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched Lu Yinglong's neck fiercely like a whip or a knife with a whistling sound. It was exactly the same as before, except that the offense and defense had been switched. Beside the ring, the girl playing with her mobile phone didn't notice the sudden change. The mustache man who had been watching the fight couldn't help but take a step forward and stare at the ring. Lu Yinglong punched Lu Cheng and watched helplessly as Lu Cheng disappeared in front of him. Behind him came a whistling sound of wind. He had no time to dodge or take a step forward, so he could only tilt his body to avoid the vital part of his neck. Bang! Lu Cheng's punch hit Lu Yinglong's shoulder hard. Lu Yinglong's body sank involuntarily, and he felt a sharp pain in his brain. He seemed to hear the sound of bones cracking. Clenching his teeth and enduring the pain, Lu Yinglong struck backward with his elbow in an attempt to turn the tables. However, Lu Cheng had been pushing the brutal blizzard strike with a calm heart. He didn't let his guard down and dodged sideways. Naturally, he used the other move of 24 blizzard strikes. He lifted his right foot and kicked Lu Yinglong in the back of the knee before Lu Yinglong turned around. Lu Yinglong couldn't stand up anymore and fell forward on his knees. Lu Cheng caught his left arm and held it behind his back. As for his right arm, his shoulder was injured and he couldn't exert any strength. Round 5, Lu Cheng wins. The referee announced the result loudly. Hearing this, the girl playing with her mobile phone suddenly looked up, only to see her senior brother being caught by the student with no rank and kneeling on the ground with one knee. What? Did I see it wrong? What happened just now? She was confused and turned to look at the mustache man beside her. The mustache man was in a trance, staring at Lu Cheng with fear. He saw coldness and madness in Lu Cheng's eyes. Eldest senior brother had actually lost. How could he lose? He had the upper hand. How could he lose in the blink of an eye? The other party is just a novice student with no rank. Am I dreaming? Round 5, Lu Cheng wins. When the referee's announcement came into Lu Cheng's ears, he felt like he was in a dream. He actually defeated an amateur fourth pin master. Did he really win? Everything seemed to be unreal until Lu Yinglong, who stood up because he let go of his hand, said with a strange expression, "You're strong, I'm strong." Lu Cheng suddenly came back to reality. He had really defeated an amateur fourth pin master. Everything was as he had planned in advance, to lure the careless Lu Yinglong to take the bait with the flexible footwork of full-arm boxing and expose his back to the opponent. Then he seized the opportunity to attack fiercely. When the moves were old and he lost the opportunity to be flexible, he would use the yin-yang stance to give him a heavy blow. Then he would use the brutal blizzard to suppress him. If he didn't succeed in these 3 moves, he would most likely be the next one to lose. According to his master. Except for iron cloth, golden bell shield, or other martial arts methods, the fights between the body refining realm and most of the Danchi realm were all about flesh and blood. They couldn't withstand guns, nor could they withstand the full force of martial arts. Although the fights were often in a stalemate for a long time, the real winner was only 1 or 2 solid strikes. There was even a saying in the ancient martial arts books that 1 strike could decide life and death. "Thank you." He smiled and cupped his hands. Lu Cheng watched Lu Yinglong and the other 2 leave Arena 7, looking back every few steps. Their faces were full of shock and fear. Lu Cheng also left Arena 7, took back his belongings and jacket, and quietly and steadily blended into the crowd of contestants and spectators. When he reached a secluded place, the corners of his mouth suddenly raised. He clenched his fist and waved his elbow, beaming with joy. "I won. I really won." He defeated an amateur fourth pin master. Chapter 36. The bearded man in a dark down jacket and the girl playing with her mobile phone followed Lu Yinglong in fear. They looked back at Ring 7 from time to time, but their sight was completely blocked by the players and spectators coming and going. Lu Yinglong walked forward in silence, which made his junior brother and sister feel depressed. After a while, the girl playing with her mobile phone couldn't help but ask timidly, "Senior brother, where are we going now?" Lu Yinglong stopped, paused for a few seconds, and said in a hoarse voice, "Emergency room." The bearded man and the girl looked at each other in shock. Senior brother was not only defeated by a college student with no rank, but also injured. The 3 of them were silent again. They walked through the crowd to the emergency room. Injuries in martial arts competitions were very common. Disability and death happened occasionally. Therefore, every official competition, the organizer would cooperate with the hospital to set up an emergency room in a suitable place in the stadium for immediate treatment. Lu Cheng walked excitedly with a smile on his face. He had taken back his mobile phone and was logging into QQ, ready to share his victory with Yen Zhika. "Ha ha ha, I won the first official competition. I won. I won." He typed quickly with both hands and sent a proud emoji. Of course, Yen Zhika was still in the sky and wouldn't land until 11:00, so she couldn't see it and reply immediately. And this didn't take into account the delay. After sending the message, Lu Cheng calmed down a little. After thinking for a while, he decided not to tell Kai Zongming about this matter. He decided to wait until the dust settled. God knows how far he could go. If he was eliminated in the 2nd round tomorrow, wouldn't he have to bear the ridicule of Little Ming for nothing? He opened the web page and entered the forum. Then he browsed through the live broadcast posts of Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch, wanting to know the results of their matches. However, he found that both of their matches were in the afternoon. Now they were wandering around the competition venue, watching the matches of different challenge tournaments. It's a pity that no one paid attention to my match. Not many spectators witnessed my victory. Lu Cheng felt a little regretful. He put away his mobile phone and walked to the central ring, intending to watch more matches and gain more knowledge. The matches arranged in the central ring were relatively more popular, but it didn't mean that there would be fighters of professional ninth pin. If their opponents were weak, the battle would end in a few moves, and the viewing value would be much lower. Therefore, the matches in the central ring followed a principle, to be evenly matched. Of course, this was not the case for those famous martial artists. Many spectators had come to watch their matches, so naturally, they would be arranged in the central arena. When Lu Qing arrived at the central ring, a match had just ended. Some of the spectators who didn't like the big screen and preferred to watch the match up close were having a heated discussion. Baiyuan Martial Arts School is really powerful. No wonder it has become more and more famous in the city in the past 2 years. It has even spread to other cities. A teenager with pimples all over his face sighed with emotion. His companion, short and stout, nodded repeatedly. Yeah, an amateur 5th pin versus an amateur 6th pin. He's only 1 pin higher, but he won so easily and finished the battle in a few moves. Ha, he leaps around like a monkey and knocks his opponent out in a few moves. His opponent can't keep up with his rhythm. Oh right, what's his name again? A middle-aged man wearing a black leather jacket at the side interrupted. I think his name is Qin Jilin, one of the more powerful disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School. The teenager with pimples seemed to be a local of Yanling and knew Baiyuan Martial Arts School quite well. Who's the most powerful disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School? I'll find him for a match. The middle-aged man in the jacket was in high spirits. The teenager with pimples thought for a while and said, it's their senior brother. I think his name is Lu Yinglong. Lu as in Liu Bei, Ying as in Ying and Long as in Dragon King. The middle-aged man in the jacket took note of the name and planned to go to the service desk to find out which ring and which match Lu Yinglong would be in. After he left, the 2 teenagers said almost at the same time, let's sign up for Baiyuan Martial Arts School. Hearing their discussion, Lu Qing felt a little complacent. Hee, the powerful disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School lost to me. But according to them, the full arm boxing of Baiyuan Martial Arts School seemed to be very powerful. Lu Yinglong should not be treated as an ordinary amateur 4th pin. He might have the fighting strength of an amateur 3rd pin. Of course, the difference of 1 or 2 pins was not that big of a difference. Even a difference of 3 or 4 pins was not that desperate. A martial arts competition depended on one's level, one's state of mind, one's fighting style, and one's understanding of each other. It could not be determined by a simple level. Otherwise, there would be no need for a match. As long as their levels were different, the winner would be decided. If that's the case, what level of strength do I have? Lu Qing calculated with great interest while watching the match in the central ring. My strength is only a little bit worse than Lu Yinglong's, and there is a big gap between my flexibility and agility. But I'm much better than him in terms of body coordination, short bursts of power, and endurance of continuous bursts of power. I can't compare with him in terms of concentration and sensory sensitivity. My fighting style is not bad, but my actual combat experience is not good. So I'm at the level of amateur 3rd or 4th pin. Lu Qing was shocked when he did the calculation. With the comparison and actual combat experience, he could intuitively feel his own level. It had only been 3 months, and he had unknowingly reached the level of senior brother Li Mao. Amateur 3rd or 4th pin. Well, I can't be blindly proud. I have to fight a few more matches to be sure and have a solid foundation. Qin Jilin, a disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, was complacent and excited because he had won a lot of attention and cheers in the central ring. He met up with several fellow disciples who had finished their matches in the nearby ring and walked to the agreed place. Hurry up, senior brother must be impatient. Qin Jilin said with a smile. His speed of winning should be similar to that of senior brother, but his match was relatively late. Another disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School echoed with a smile. Senior brother's opponent was so weak, and the match started so early. You can't blame us for being late. He also won the match. The disciples chatted and laughed as they escorted Qin Jilin to the agreed place. Lu Yinglong was already sitting there waiting, accompanied by the mustache guy in a down jacket and the girl playing with her mobile phone. I told you, senior brother must have been waiting for a long time. Qin Jilin had just finished his words when he saw Lu Yinglong's right shoulder bulging. He didn't know what was in it. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? He blurted out. The other disciples also noticed the weird atmosphere. The usually active mustache guy didn't even greet him. Lu Yinglong said flatly. After a long silence, he said, I got hurt in the match. No way. How could that kid hurt you, senior brother? Didn't he have no rank? Qin Jilin stuttered. Among the disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, he admired senior brother Lu Yinglong the most. Lu Yinglong didn't have any martial arts foundation, but he had surpassed his peers and reached amateur fourth pin in just 2 years. In his master's words, Lu Yinglong was a genius in practicing Tongbei boxing with both body and spirit. How could such a senior brother get hurt so easily? Another disciple asked with concern, Senior brother, your shoulder is hurt. What about the rest of the match? What else can I do? Give up, of course. A female disciple retorted. Just then, she found the mustache guy and the girl playing with her mobile phone were silent. There's no more match. I've already lost. Lu Yinglong said in a hoarse voice. Lost? Senior brother lost? All the disciples looked at each other in disbelief. Senior brother, that Lu something, is he really a direct disciple of a big sect and didn't participate in the amateur ranking event? What rank do you think he is? Qin Jilin quickly recovered and kept asking questions. Lu Yinglong thought for a while and said, body as one and coordinated as one wishes. He's not far from this description, if not close. Body as one and coordinated as one wishes. Wasn't this the description of Danqi state? The disciples were stunned and speechless. After a short silence, Lu Yinglong slowly stood up. Let's talk about it back in the martial arts school. After waiting in line for a few minutes, the middle-aged man in a leather jacket smiled at the girl at the reception desk. Can you help me check the match number? It's Lu Yinglong's match from Baiyuan Martial Arts School. He didn't bother to check the long list of matches. What if the match was already over? The girl at the reception desk said with a professional smile, okay, just a moment. Lu Yinglong from Baiyuan Martial Arts School, right? Well, his match is already over. He lost. Lost? Hey, interesting. Who did he lose to? The middle-aged man in a leather jacket became more interested. He could infer Lu Yinglong's strength from Qin Jilin. How could he lose? A player named Lu Cheng. He doesn't have any rank. The girl at the reception desk suddenly stuttered. The middle-aged man in a leather jacket was shocked at first and then relieved. He must be a disciple of a big sect. Yes, an ordinary college student. The girl at the reception desk was more and more surprised. What? The middle-aged man in a leather jacket gasped and said in a hurry, give me his detailed information. I'll check it out tomorrow. After returning to the martial arts school, Lu Yinglong reported the match to Yu Haichao, who was also his master. In the end, he asked, Master, can you figure out Lu Cheng's background? Which sect is he from? Yu Haichao's arms were also unusually long, and his hair was slightly white. He pondered and said, coordinating the body and pulling the center of gravity are the basic abilities of the Danqi state. In the body refining state, there is no lack of pole standing training. There are too many of them, so it's hard to distinguish them. But the strike he used to hurt you, according to Xiao Dong's description, was a bit like the 24 blizzard strikes of the ice sect, and also a bit like the explosion of the lightning and fire stance of the thunder sect. Master, how about you make a phone call to find out his background? Lu Yinglong asked again. Why bother? Who hasn't lost a match? The warrior sage has, and so has the dragon king. Yu Haichao shook his head. Lu Yinglong continued to plead, Master, I don't want revenge. I just don't want to lose without knowing why. Yu Haichao thought for a while, took out his phone and dialed a number. Though it had only been 2 years since he opened the Baiyuan Martial Arts Club in Yanling, he had enough connections among the martial artists to investigate some things. After giving up the fight against technology, the martial artists quickly integrated into the modern society. They were human beings, not beasts. They were not in a life-and-death relationship with technology. They could also master technology and use firearms. Soon, they occupied a lot of resources. In the current society, due to the popularity of martial arts, many criminals were not weak and had a clear advantage over the police who lacked firepower. Therefore, the police department had to recruit martial artists who were fond of power or retired from the professional circle to resist and maintain the harmony and stability of the society. In recent years, the police department had basically become the private property of the martial artists. Otherwise, it was not enough to resist the violent criminals who were armed with firearms. In the army, the special forces were also composed of martial artists. However, the high-tech and powerful troops were still on guard against the disciples of the sects and supported the new forces. With such connections, Yu Haichao got the answer quickly. He turned to Lu Yinglong and said, "It's the same as the information you saw." "No other information." Lu Yinglong frowned and said, "That's not normal." "Yeah, it's not normal." Yu Haichao sighed. "But what can I do? Do you want me to watch his match tomorrow?" Chapter 37. It was almost 12:00. The last match of the morning was in the central ring. The two contestants stepped on the stone steps and came to the left and right of the referee respectively. The audience was in an uproar, talking and flashing lights one after another. It seemed that this was the match that everyone had been looking forward to. Lu Qing didn't take the other match sheets, so he could only look around with blank and innocent eyes. He couldn't hold back his curiosity and seized the opportunity to ask a passerby next to him, "You're so enthusiastic. Who's in the match?" The passerby had an alien face. He raised his eyebrows. "You don't know?" "Why should I know?" Lu Qing was unconvinced, but he said with a smile, "I forgot to take the sheet. Anyway, I'm just looking around." The passerby curled his lips and answered Lu Cheng's question. "This is today's match between the two fighters of the highest rank and the closest strength, professional 9th pin versus amateur 2nd pin. Do you see the girl in the pink and white martial arts suit? Her name is Yi Yaoding, professional 9th pin and the young master of the Yi Martial Arts Club, in Yanling. She is famous for her tiger-shaped and leopard-shaped kung fu. Her opponent is Guan Yan, a disciple of Zhoushan Martial Arts Club. Professional 9th pin versus amateur 2nd pin. It's barely a match." Lu Qing had seen the real strength of professional 9th pin, so he had no confidence in Guan Yan. But for the first round of the knockout match, the gap of 2 pins was very small, so the audience couldn't be picky. Yi Yaoding was tall, with thick eyebrows and a straight nose. She looked pretty in the pink and white martial arts suit. She said to Guan Yan, "If you can take 3 strikes from me, I'll admit defeat." Guan Yan, who was strong and sturdy, was a bit angry at her words. "Although there is a big gap between us, I'm not easy to deal with. I won't allow you to humiliate me." In Yanling, he and Yi Yaoding had met each other in various martial arts activities, but they had never talked or competed with each other. Today was the first time they met in the ring. He did not expect the opponent to be such an arrogant woman. It was true that hearing about her was not as good as meeting her in person. Yi Yaoding looked relaxed and smiled, "Then let's have a try." After that, she stopped talking and waited for the 3 minutes to pass, waiting for the referee's announcement. "Begin." As soon as the referee finished speaking, Yi Yaoding jumped out with a gust of wind, like a cheetah galloping from a standstill. Her momentum was enough to frighten many fighters. In the blink of an eye, she'd already closed the distance between them. Her feet shook as the energy in her entire body was twisted into a single strand. She clenched her right hand into a fist, and it seemed as if she was holding an enormous axe or heavy iron hammer. It oppressed the air, whistled through the air, and fiercely smashed down in both form and spirit. Guan Yen subconsciously wanted to dodge, but Yi Yaoting's words suddenly flashed in his mind. As long as he could block 3 attacks, she would directly admit defeat. Lu Qing saw Guan Yan's expression suddenly change. The defense line formed by his arms was forcibly opened by Yi Yaoting's strength. His chest was empty and he was directly hit by the fist that still had momentum. He lost his center of gravity. Then, Yi Yaoting exerted strength under her feet, opened her fist, and pushed Guan Yen down the stairs. With only 1 hit and 1 push, Guan Yen of amateur second pin was defeated. Lu Qing opened his mouth slightly as the referee's voice rang in his ears. Yi Yaoting wins. The spectators didn't realize what had happened until Yi Yaoting left the ring. Then they came back to their senses and started to clamor. When did the gap between an amateur second pin and a professional 9th pin become so big? Guan Yen is a well-known figure in the amateur martial arts circle. How could he not block a single blow? Is Yi Yaoting of professional 8th pin already? In the midst of the discussion, Lu Cheng's heart was still palpitating. Most of the pride and satisfaction from his victory over Lu Yinglong had dissipated. Yi Yaoting defeated Guan Yen with her strength alone. Strength alone. When Lin Ke, a professional 9th pin who was close to the Danqi state, fought with Qin Zhanghua and other amateur 1st and 2nd pin fighters, the gap in strength was not so big. He didn't even have a big advantage. Could it be that Yi Yaoting was born with great strength? No, if she was so strong with her strength alone, plus the tiger and leopard forms that she was good at, she should be able to reach professional 8th pin or even 7th pin before the Danqi state. She shouldn't be in such a low level now, unless she made a rapid progress in a short time and didn't have time to participate in the ranking event. This was one possibility. Another possibility was that the blow just now had something else to do with it. Maybe it was a skill of born with great strength, plus a short burst, which increased her strength a lot in an instant and reached the level of crushing, which couldn't be sustained. Yes, maybe that was the case. Otherwise, why did Yi Yaoting provoke Guan Yen with the limit of 3 moves? She wanted to win beautifully, so she used moves that could at most burst for 3 or 4 times, like my lightning and fire stance. After thinking it through, Lu Qing didn't feel relieved. Instead, he admired her even more. The gap between him and a professional 9th pin fighter was very obvious. With Yi Yaoting's cheetah-like speed, he couldn't have dodged that blow just now. He could only take it head-on. But if he did, Guan Yan's ending was obvious. If the power of the mega avalanche of the 24 blizzard strikes and the explosion of the lightning and fire stance, how far would his strength be from Yi Yaoting's strike just now? Was there any hope to take it head-on? While thinking, Lu Qing left the arena and came to the service desk that was empty. Please give me the checked luggage. Lu Qing handed the number plate and luggage tag to the service desk girl. Because of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, the hotels around were all full. The small hotel he booked had to be checked in before 2:00 p.m. or the reservation would be cancelled. The service desk girl took the 2 round tags and looked at them. She immediately looked up at Lu Qing and found the key to open the storage room behind her. She found Lu Cheng's backpack and gave it back to him along with the tag. Thank you. Lu Qing said politely. He put on the backpack and the tag and walked out of the arena. The service desk girl saw him off. She suddenly turned her head and said to her companion at the service desk, Hey, is that the college student with no rank who defeated Lu Yinglong of Baiyuan Martial Arts School? Him. He doesn't look very strong. The other girl stood on tiptoe and looked at Lu Cheng's back. Let's wait and see the result of his second round tomorrow. Lu Qing entered the lobby of Fulin Hotel and saw a lot of people in martial arts suits waiting in line to check in. Business is so good. He sighed and stood at the end of the line. He habitually took out his phone and logged in QQ to see if Yan Zhika had replied to him. Beep 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 beep. Lu Qing saw Yan Zhika's cute cat profile picture jumping. You just landed. Not bad. You didn't disgrace our Songqing University Martial Arts Club. A few minutes ago, Yenjika sent a laughing emoji covering its mouth. Microphone, how do you feel about winning your first official match? Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. He tapped his thumb and sent a proud emoji of a man wearing sunglasses. What do you think? Well, thank you CCTV, thank you MTV, thank you KTV. No, thank you Yenjika, thank you Coach Shi, thank you Martial Arts Club, thank you Lin Quebec. After a few seconds, Yenjika replied with a laughing emoji and then a frowning emoji. I'm serious about my feelings. Lu Cheng answered seriously, I was a little nervous at that time because my opponent was of a much higher rank than me. But when it came to the real fight, I forgot to be nervous. I just wanted to show my plan and practice. First of all, you don't have a rank. A much higher rank than me is wrong. Second, what rank is he? Yenjika asked with a curious emoji of an internet celebrity cat. Lu Cheng looked at the screen and smiled. Amateur 4th pin. Yenjika sent a cat emoji of, I was so scared that I dropped my dried fish. Really? Really? I would lie to anyone but you. Lu Cheng secretly expressed his respect for the girl again. Yenjika sent a patting head emoji and said, well, Cheng has always been honest. How did you win? How did your strength improve so fast? I don't think my brain is enough. Know yourself and know your enemy. After I saw my opponent, I asked for detailed information and found that he was good at full-arm boxing. Then I looked for videos of full-arm boxing and found that their footwork was flexible and they liked to jump around to control their opponent. Lu Qing didn't hide anything in front of the girl he admired. According to this information, I made a plan. First, I sold my back to my opponent and let him think that his footwork was good enough to force me into a corner and make him lower his guard. Then I used yin-yang stance to make him lose his moves and went around to his back. With the explosion of 24 blizzard strikes and lightning and fire stance, I won the fight. After that, I calmly dealt with it and took advantage of the victory. Well, the key to winning was that he didn't know me and underestimated me. After a few minutes, Yenjika replied, I just got off the plane. After reading your description, I feel like I'm also participating in a competition and fighting with such an opponent. It's so satisfying and wonderful. In fact, my grandpa also said that martial arts rank is the embodiment of long-term stability. However, when it comes to a single competition, there are too many factors that can affect the outcome of the competition. I'm the continuation of your martial arts dream. Lu Qing said in his heart, you'll have such a chance in the future. Yenjika sent a pitiful emoji. You've improved so fast. I didn't expect you to be like this, Cheng. I can't slack off either. The number of people in front of Lu Qing gradually decreased until there were only 4 people left. They were all wearing dark green martial arts suits with mountain-shaped patterns on the cuffs and collars. One was an old man, one was a young man, and 2 were girls in their 20s. They booked 2 rooms, took the room cards, and left the front desk. When walking to the elevator, the young man with a crew cut looked back at Lu Cheng and whispered, Are you also participating in the challenge tournament? The old man looked at Lu Cheng and saw that he was happily chatting with his cell phone with a silly smile on his face. He shook his head and said, Just a fan. He's here to watch the competition. The young man didn't say more and pressed the elevator button. The joints of his right hand were thick and slightly iron-colored. Lu Cheng checked in and got a double bedroom for himself. This was a luxury for the sake of a good rest and competition. Jean Dan could restore physical strength but not mental strength, and it wasn't that extravagant. The room here was small and the facilities were old. Even the Express Hotel couldn't compare with it. It only cost a little more than 100 yuan. Yenjika had gotten up early and was airsick. When she got home, she chatted for a while and then went to sleep. Lu Qing didn't get enough sleep last night. Today's competition was over, so he felt relieved. He rested for a while and then took a nap. When he woke up, the sky was dark and the room was silent, as if it was doomsday. Lu Qing calmed down and checked his cell phone. He found that the competition between Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch had ended. Both of them won and posted their photos as promised. Road to the Arena had a short parted hairstyle. He was good-looking and energetic, but he had dark circles under his eyes. Invincible Punch was tall and handsome, with a buzz cut and sword-like eyebrows. Many replies were sent to him. Seeing that the afternoon was almost over, Lu Qing didn't want to go to the martial arts club anymore. Instead, he went to the park nearby to practice and find dinner. After that, he went back to his room and lay on the bed, chatting with Yan Zhika and his classmates. He also browsed the BBS and watched videos on Weibo. At 8:40 the next day, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket arrived at the martial arts club. He approached a screen and looked for the details of the competition list with his eyes wide open. Number 656, Lu Qing. He whispered. Lu Yinglong and other disciples followed Yu Haichao and stepped into the competition venue again. Yu Haichao looked at the big screen from afar and murmured to himself, Number 656, Lu Qing. Lu Qing was also standing in front of the big screen, looking for his number and name to determine his opponent in the second round of knockout. Chapter 38. Ring 4, Round 9, Number 419 Hu Zheng, 20 years old, amateur 6th pin, Number 656 Lu Qing, 18 years old, no rank. Lu Qing took out his phone happily and sent a message to Yan Zhika. You're luckier than yesterday. You're an amateur 6th pin fighter. Yan Zhika had been waiting for the result of the draw. She immediately sent a proud emoji with arms akimbo. See, you're lucky today. You're so lucky. That's right. You were in a hurry yesterday. My luck wasn't good enough. Lu Qing followed her words and complimented her. All my luck was on my adventure of Jindan and my pursuit of you. There were still more than 200 matches in the second round. There were at least 10 matches in each ring in the morning. It seemed that the number of matches had been reduced by half compared to yesterday. However, considering that many fans had been eliminated and there were more fighters who were close to the same level today, the time spent on a single match had increased accordingly. The two offset each other. The schedule of the day was still a little tight. But in the second round, when most of the weak fighters had been eliminated, he had drawn an amateur 6th pin opponent, which was enough to prove his luck. Hee hee. Yan Zhika replied with a smile, showing her happiness. She quickly sent a second message. Go and get the information of this fighter. Don't underestimate him like you did yesterday. Yes, Coach Yan. Lu Qing sent a modified version of a funny emoji to tease the girl. Yan Zhika replied with a serious and cute emoji. It's good that you know. I'll help you analyze your opponent later. While chatting, Lu Qing queued up in front of the service desk. After a few minutes, he got the information of his opponent. Hu Zheng, male, 20 years old, high school dropout, from Yanling, gym coach, martial arts club sparring partner, amateur 6th pin. It was still early for the 9th match. Lu Qing found a seat in the corner and sent Hu Zheng's information to Yan Zhika. 1, 75 meters tall, 130 pounds. He defeated Ji Xiaoxing of amateur 8th pin in the first round of the knockout. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of standing tall in the wind. The information will be updated. With the result of the first round of elimination, you won't be able to take advantage of your opponent's underestimation and carelessness. Lu Qing could see Hu Zheng defeating Ji Xiaoxing of amateur 8th pin in the first round. Of course, Hu Zheng could also see him eliminating Lu Yinglong, the senior brother of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, a master of amateur 4th pin, in the first round. His opponent would only be cautious and alert as if facing a formidable enemy. Forget it. There's no such thing as taking advantage of the opponent's underestimation and carelessness. An amateur 6th pin is exactly the level I'm confident in. I have a good chance of winning a fair fight. Lu Qing replied frankly. Yes, yes. This is the spirit of a martial artist. Yenjika sent a patting head emoji. These amateur fighters who work as martial arts club sparring partners and gym coaches have something in common. They value muscle strength, have a variety of fighting styles, and can adapt to various opponents. However, they don't have their own strengths. Wait, let me search again, haha. Lu Cheng was amused by Yenjika's cuteness. He replied with a serious emoji, Coach Yen is so professional. Time flew by as they watched the matches and chatted. Most of the matches in the ring had entered the 6th round. Lu Cheng sent a message, it's the 6th round. I'm a little nervous again. It's good to be nervous in moderation. Yenjika comforted him. Then you go and prepare. Don't chat. Calm down, adjust your state, and think about your fighting style. Okay. Lu Cheng replied. When he was about to quit QQ to save electricity, Yenjika suddenly sent another message, Cheng, wait a second. Here's another message for you. This message was followed by a voice message. Lu Cheng clicked on it out of curiosity and heard Yenjika's soft and clear voice, Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng. Come on, Lu Cheng. With a buzz, great joy hit Lu Cheng. He felt as if there were fireworks exploding in the bottom of his heart and his eyes were filled with brilliance. This was the first ring of life and the first shout. Filled with joy, Lu Cheng replied excitedly, yeah. I'll do my best. Yenjika didn't say anything more but sent an encouraging emoji with a fist clenched. In the corner, Lu Cheng waved his fist heavily as if he had won all the matches in the ring. He solemnly saved this voice message and listened to it over and over again. With surging courage in his heart, he quit QQ and left his seat. He walked to the 4th ring with full strength. The 4th ring. The uncle in the leather jacket found the ring with the matchups and dozens of interested contestants' information. He found the most suitable seat for watching and waited for the dark horse student who defeated Lu Yinglong to come on. 5 or 6 rows away from him, the owner of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, Yu Haichao, sat quietly, his eyes wandering on the big screens of different matches. Beside Yu Haichao, Lu Yinglong and the other eliminated disciples sat on his left and right. They were all silent. Qin Jilin also came because today's match was in the afternoon. He wanted to see the Songqing University student who injured and eliminated the big brother. In this silence, which was incompatible with the surrounding environment, Lu Yinglong suddenly raised his right hand and said, he's coming. Qin Jilin followed his finger and saw a young man in a navy blue martial arts suit. He was about 18 or 19 years old, of medium height, with short hair. His appearance was ordinary, but he gave people a feeling of gentleness and calmness, with a bit of scholarly air. Great success in meditation. Calm down and calm down. Calm down. A familiar hoarse voice came into Qin Jilin's ears. He subconsciously looked over and found it was his master Yu Haichao, a master of professional 5th pin who had participated in the 2nd-level competition. When he was old, he declined the invitation of the police department and set up Baiyuan Martial Arts School in Yanling. Great success in meditation. Qin Jilin heard himself and the big brother gasp. Even a master of Danqi state wouldn't dare to say that he had achieved great success in meditation. Yu Haichao stood up, his hands hanging on his knees, and sighed. If I hadn't seen a lot of martial artists who had achieved great success in meditation, I wouldn't dare to make such a judgment. Of course, some people have such talent, so there's no need to force it. Don't you all have different physiques? This young man has a talent for meditation and has achieved great success. He has a great chance of reaching Danqi state in the future. Great success in meditation didn't mean absolute strength. It just meant that it would be less difficult to reach Danqi state in the future. Lu Yinglong looked at Lu Cheng again and found that he still didn't know his opponent's background. Every time they met, Lu Cheng would surprise him and shock him beyond his imagination. What's his level now? Qin Jilin asked subconsciously. Yu Haichao shook his head. How can you tell directly? Let's wait until the competition starts. Everyone in Baiyuan Martial Arts School fell into silence again. Lu Qing felt full of energy and unusually excited. He didn't calm down until he finished watching the 6th and 7th match of Arena 4. In the 8th match, he collected his thoughts and focused his thoughts, thinking about his opponent. After seeing that I eliminated Lu Yinglong, Hu Zheng will definitely infer my situation from this match. Lu Yinglong is a famous full-arm boxing fighter in Yanling. He's good at agility and nimbleness. No matter how he looks at it, he will conclude that I can restrain his nimbleness or guerrilla fighting style. As long as Hu Zheng is not a guy who pretends to be weak and hasn't participated in the amateur ranking event for 1 or 2 years, he will definitely be cautious and steady when facing me who defeated Lu Yinglong. He won't dare to use his nimbleness or guerrilla fighting style in case he falls into my trap. Hey, can I take advantage of this? Lu Cheng's thoughts flashed through his mind one after another. Finally, he stopped at the match between Yi Yaoding and Guan Yan the day before. Hu Zheng will definitely be defensive at the beginning. Well, I can give it a try. Let's see if I can overpower him directly without considering the subsequent outburst. According to yesterday's match, he was stronger than Hu Zheng in terms of pure strength, unless he pretended to be weak. But in that case, he had no chance of winning. Let's have a good fight first. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing relaxed and began to watch the match. 10 minutes later, the 8th match ended. The referee took a deep breath and adjusted his breath before announcing the start of the 9th match. Lu Qing vs. Hu Zheng. After handing in his belongings and warm coat and checking his match number plate, Lu Qing walked into the ring and saw the strong Hu Zheng in a karate suit. In the stands, the uncle in the leather jacket sat up straight and stared at Lu Qing, murmuring to himself, he's really a student. I wonder how strong he is since he defeated Lu Yinglong and what he's good at. Yu Haichao, Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other members of Baiyuan martial arts school also turned their eyes away from the other rings and focused on Lu Cheng's match. Lu Cheng was aware of this, but it was normal to be watched by the audience during a match. He didn't need to make a fuss about it. He was even more excited about it. There was an audience for this match. Hu Zheng looked at Lu Cheng, who still looked like a student, with a heavy heart. After getting the information about his opponent, he knew he was going to face a formidable enemy. Baiyuan Martial Arts School was well known in Yanling. Hu Zheng had heard about Lu Yinglong long before and knew his full-arm boxing was so powerful that he couldn't compete with him. And the opponent in front of him was the one who had eliminated Lu Yinglong. Hu Zheng exhaled and saluted. He had made up his mind. Only by relying on the characteristics of full-arm boxing could he have a slight chance of winning. Lu Qing returned the salute without saying anything. He began to adjust his muscles and compress his strength little by little. If he wanted to imitate Yi Yaoding's terrifying strength, he had to be prepared in advance. The bowstring had to be pulled to the tightest so that the arrow could be shot further. The spring had to be stretched to the extreme so that it could be retracted with a whistling sound. The strength had to be compressed to the limit so that the final explosion would be heaven-shattering. He visualized a picture of a towering snow mountain in his mind. White snow swirled in the air and kept piling up, accumulating the horror of condensation. The third group of 24 blizzard strikes, Mega Avalanche. At this moment, the referee raised his right hand and pressed down hard. The 9th match starts now. In an instant, the snow mountain in Lu Cheng's mind started to rumble and tremble. The accumulated strength was about to burst out. He felt that he seemed to be a little taller. Facing Hu Zheng, who was of the same height as him, he had a feeling of looking down on the people below from the top of the snow mountain. Boom! In his visualization, the sound of thunder roared and a bolt of lightning struck the peak, igniting a prairie fire. The accumulated snow collapsed with a loud crash and fell down with a whistling sound, turning into a rolling torrent. This was the most terrifying snowstorm in the world. The hot stream rose from the tailbone and the strength of the compressed muscles suddenly burst out. Lu Qing took a few steps forward, raised his right hand and punched at Hu Zheng with the momentum of collapsing thousands of tons of snow. His body seemed to expand. Hu Zheng, who had raised his arms to defend, was stunned. He had an illusion that Lu Qing had turned into a giant or a towering mountain peak. In the audience seat, Lu Yinglong suddenly stood up. Chapter 39. For a moment, Hu Zheng had the illusion that Lu Qing in front of him had expanded into a giant. His fist made a crisp sound, and the wind whistled as he came crashing down from above. His momentum was so ferocious that it felt as if a mountain was collapsing and burying everything. Such power made Hu Zheng involuntarily want to dodge. He didn't dare to face it head-on, but he had already set up a defensive stance. It was obviously too late to retreat, and that would lead to a worse result. He could only grit his teeth and strengthen his belief. He slightly changed his blocking stance and crossed his arms outside his body. Such a stance wouldn't be broken, but it would lose subsequent counterattacks and changes. It was the most stable and stupid choice. Hu Zheng couldn't think so far ahead. Bam! As the fist and arm collided, a muffled sound erupted and entered Hu Zheng's ears. At the same time, he felt a majestic force pressing down on his body. Although his crossed arms were not broken, it was hard to stop them from being pulled back. They were forcibly pressed against his body, sticking to his chest. What a terrifying force! Hu Zheng was hit by his own arms that seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer. His ribs hurt, and his center of gravity swayed. His feet couldn't support him anymore, and his body fell backward. In order to maintain his balance, he could only stagger backward and try his best to stabilize his center of gravity. At this moment, Lu Qing had already stepped closer. His body leaned to one side, and his left shoulder sank. He leaned forward and hit Hu Zheng's chest with a bang. The momentum of an avalanche, unless it was stopped voluntarily, the torrent would roll endlessly. Hu Zheng staggered and was hit so hard that he completely lost his balance. He flew backward and fell to the ground with a thud. Lu Qing wins. The referee announced loudly. I lost just like that. Hu Zheng looked around blankly and found that he had fallen over the edge of the arena. I lost with just a punch and a lean. How many seconds has it been? Is that kind of strength really an amateur? On the nearby viewing platform, Lu Yinglong stared blankly in front of his fellow disciples, and his face was ghastly pale. After witnessing the might of Lu Cheng's strike earlier, he sorrowfully realized that even he might not be able to withstand such terrifying strength. After his master Yu Haichao's analysis of yesterday's match, he was actually not convinced. He felt that he had lost the match without showing his true strength. It was as if he had fallen into a well-designed trap. The gap between the two of them was not as big as it seemed. Lu Qing had only taken advantage of his talent in meditation, excellent coordination skills, and strong control of the center of gravity. He was not as good as Lu Qing in other aspects, so his victory was only a fluke. However, what he saw just now completely destroyed the remaining pride and self-consolation in his heart. He felt as if he had truly recognized the sorrow of reality. I didn't use my full strength, and neither did Lu Qing. If he had used that attack yesterday, it wouldn't have been as simple as a bone fracture. Recognizing one's own weakness was not a simple matter, but it was also a cruel thing that one had to face. The master next to him didn't say a word, and the surrounding junior brothers and sisters were all silent. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. The man in the leather jacket was holding his phone, ready to record a video at the most intense moment of the match and enjoy it at home. However, just as he unlocked his phone and turned on the shooting function, the match was already over. Isn't this a copy of yesterday's match? As a fan, he didn't understand the meaning of that attack as well as Lu Yinglong. He was just shocked that Lu Qing had defeated Hu Zheng of amateur 6th pin with one hit and one push. It was very similar to yesterday's match where Yi Yaoting defeated Guan Yan with one hit and one push. After getting the information yesterday, he returned to the central ring to watch the match. Although Guan Yan was of amateur 2nd pin, much stronger than Hu Zheng, his blocking posture yesterday was both offensive and defensive, with follow-up counterattacks. It was not as extreme as Hu Zheng's crossing of arms, so it couldn't be simply compared. After thinking it through, the man in the leather jacket put down his phone and clapped his hands, although Lu Qing might not be able to hear it. This match was really full of surprises. "Uncle, why are you clapping?" The young couple next to him looked at him strangely. They were watching another match on the big screen. Was there such a wonderful match worth clapping for? The man in the leather jacket laughed and said, "Just now a student of no rank defeated an amateur sixth pin with one hit and one push, just like yesterday's match where Yi Yaoting defeated Guan Yan in the central ring." The match between Yi Yaoting and Guan Yan was the highlight of yesterday's match, and it was replayed on the big screen today. The shy girl of the young couple smiled shyly and said, "It sounds about the same, but it's actually different. There's such a big gap between ranks." As a fan of martial arts, the man in the leather jacket understood the basic stances. He gestured and explained the difference between Guan Yan and Hu Zheng's defensive stances. "In the end," he said, "although there's still a gap, it's not too big. That student of no rank is not simple." The young couple was interested. "What's his name? What's his number? Let's watch his matches tomorrow. Many of them are quite boring." Lu Qing. Lu as in building, Qing as in success. Number 656. The man in the leather jacket was very helpful. Lu Qing wins. When the referee's announcement came into his ears, Lu Qing had already stood straight and stopped chasing. He only felt a burst of emptiness in his body, and a warm mass in his dantian flowed to the rest of his body, soothing his tiredness. The Jin Dan was running automatically. The combination of mega avalanche and lightning and fire stance made him feel tired, much more tired than yesterday's match. It seemed to be comparable to Lin K's round of brutal blizzard. This kind of outburst is really a huge burden and consumption. If I were to rely on myself, I could only use 2 strikes at most. Lu Qing sighed to himself. The joy of today's victory was not as good as yesterday's, but he was more confident, no longer feeling unreal and insecure. Through this battle, he was sure that he was no longer an amateur, and that yesterday's victory was not accidental. "I can barely be considered an amateur master." Lu Cheng's tiredness was instantly relieved. With the joy of confirmation, he calmly walked out of the ring line and found the supervisor to take back his personal belongings. Seeing this scene, Yu Haichao, the master of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, who had been calm all this time, also stood up. "Master, what's wrong?" Lu Yinglong asked in astonishment. Yu Haichao looked at the frightened disciples and sighed. The combination of mega avalanche of the 24 blizzard strikes of the ice sect and lightning and fire stance of the thunder sect, plus 3 minutes of adjustment and accumulation, it's not surprising that he has such power. What frightens me is that he didn't show the slightest sign of tiredness after such a strike. This means that I can't tell how many times he can continuously make similar strikes. Even without 3 minutes of accumulation, at least 70 to 80% of the power remains. This is quite scary. Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin, and the other disciples looked at each other in astonishment. Their master's evaluation was so high. "Master, what rank do you think he is?" Lu Yinglong asked subconsciously. Yu Haichao chuckled. "You can't tell just by looking at a punch. Strength isn't the only thing that matters in martial arts, but he can't be weaker than an amateur third pin fighter. You guys, look at him. If 1 or 2 of you can master meditation and learn the subsequent stances, your strength will at least improve a lot. Now that you've seen his strength, can you calm down?" He took the opportunity to educate his disciples. Some still stances were not secret in the martial arts circle, but if one couldn't master meditation, it wouldn't make much difference even if they practiced it. "We understand." Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin, and the other disciples more or less understood. "You guys watch more of his matches. Maybe you'll learn something else." Yu Haichao reminded them and walked down the stands with his hands behind his back. He left the martial arts club. Lu Qing took back his phone and immediately groped to the remote stands. While watching other martial arts matches through the big screen, he logged on QQ to report the good news to Yan Zhika. When the martial arts club participated in the district competition, Yenjika organized the cheerleading team and took care of the logistics, so she easily got his phone number. But SMS was outdated, and students preferred QQ to WeChat. Ha, I won. I won easily. Thanks to Coach Yan's guidance. Lu Qing expressed his joy with 3 exclamation marks and complimented Yenjika in a joking manner. Yenjika seemed to have been waiting for the result. Her reply came quickly. Smile, not bad, you're worth teaching. How did you win? She was always interested in the details of a match. I eliminated Lu Yinglong, so my opponent must have paid attention to this point. He would wonder if I could restrain the fighting style of full-arm boxing, so he would make targeted changes. In other words, he would first use a defensive parry. Lu Qing explained in detail to share his achievement and please the girl. Considering this point, I prepared to use the most ferocious attack at the beginning to see if I could break his stance and get the absolute upper hand, just like the match I told you about yesterday. Yenjika replied with a cute emoji with a finger on the lips. Qing, now I think you have some talent for fighting in matches. Lu Qing sent a crayon Shinchan scratching its head with a silly smile. Not as good as you said. He continued to send messages. Didn't I tell you before that coach sure saw that I had a talent for meditation and taught me some pole standing and moves in private? So, I took advantage of the 3-minute conversation time to accumulate strength and compress my body's strength to the current limit. Then, I used the combination of Mega Avalanche and Lightning and Fire stance of 24 Blizzard strikes to make my opponent lose his center of gravity in one hit. Then, I got close to him and knocked him out of the arena. That's right. Qing, every time I listen to your description of a martial arts competition, I can't help but imagine myself in your shoes. I always wonder how I would react and what the result would be if I were in your shoes. This makes me experience a wonderful battle without even leaving the house. Yenjika sent an emoji of twinkling eyes. You must have done better than me. Lu Qing seized the opportunity to praise her again. He sent a blushing emoji. I'm very happy to make you feel this way. Yenjika sent a laughing emoji with a hand over its mouth. Then she said, I was looking for your match process and news on the official website, but there was only one short sentence on the news. The first round of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge tournament has ended. Yi Yaoding and other contestants have successfully passed. So annoying. I'm in that wait list. My name will appear in the future. Lu Qing sent a touching head emoji. While they were chatting, the match in the morning was over. Yenjika sent a fighting emoji. I've been provoked by you. After lunch and a rest, I'll go find Grandpa and Grandma and steal our family's martial arts. I'll practice for the whole afternoon. Ha, will they agree? Lu Qing replied. Yenjika sent a laughing emoji. Don't worry. I'll definitely be able to do it. My grandma loves me very much and she's soft-hearted. As long as I don't tell anyone and don't embarrass her, there won't be a problem. Then you have to strike a balance between work and rest. Lu Qing said with concern. He went out of the martial arts club and ate 3 boxes of cheap fast food. In the afternoon, Yenjika practiced martial arts. Lu Qing browsed the forum and watched the match. Suddenly, he saw a message from Invincible Punch in a live post in the forum. Master Road is on the stage. His opponent is an amateur 4th pin guy. Road to the arena is in the middle of a match. Lu Qing looked at the big screens one by one. Soon he found Road to the arena, whose photo had been posted before, had a 3-minute conversation time with his opponent. P.S. Since everyone is so insistent, I'll update the chapter at noon in advance. Actually, I've been updating quite a lot every day. According to the mainstream trend of Qidian, it's normal for a new book to be updated twice a day with more than 2,000 words. But I've been updating at least 3,000 or 4,000 words per day. If you want to share, 2,000 words per day is enough for 3 updates. Do you want to be so fickle? Since I've satisfied everyone's request, I'm begging for your votes. Chapter 40. Road to the arena didn't look much different from the photos he posted. Obviously, he didn't use any beauty or Photoshop skills. Lu Cheng was happy to see an acquaintance. He pretended to be an onlooker in the live post and replied with a cute emoji, "I just saw this post after the exam. Master Road and Invincible are showing off the power of our forum in Yenling. Who is that amateur fourth pin player?" Invincible Punch was obviously watching the match and occasionally taking photos and videos while browsing the forum. After 20 or 30 seconds, he replied to Lu Cheng, "Hey, I was wondering why Tiger was missing. So it's exam season." Laughing emoji, an amateur fourth pin player doesn't need Master Road's information. He's not a threat anyway. A little arrogant. Lu Cheng muttered. He didn't leave his seat to meet Invincible Punch near the arena. They weren't familiar with each other, so it would be awkward to talk to him. Besides, he was also participating in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, so it was inevitable that he would be compared with them. Since there was a big gap between their ranks, it was better to avoid such things. Therefore, he just replied in a joking tone, "Does Master Road count as old but vigorous? He still occupies the #1 position on the forum, not giving us young people a chance. You sound like Master Road is 70 or 80 years old." Beautiful World replied with a laughing emoji covering its mouth. "As for you, Tiger, you won't be Master Road's opponent in 10 years. Don't even think about the #1 position on the forum. You really don't know how to chat. It's just a joke, why bother to refute?" Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and replied, No, I'm speaking for Invincible. He has the ability to usurp the throne. You unruly people always want to hurt me. What if Master Road gets me drunk and explodes my chrysanthemum?" Invincible Punch made a frightened emoji. Okamoto's fan replied with a funny emoji, 3 to 5 bottles and explodes your chrysanthemum. Isn't that great? On this topic, the moderators, Pig Riding Knight, a plumber eating mushrooms, and Brahman chatted happily, all the way to the difference between condoms and condoms. I didn't expect a kid who just entered junior high school to be so filthy. Lu Cheng laughed secretly and turned his eyes back to the match. Road to the arena had swift and fierce leg movements, fast punches and palm strikes, and elegant movements, which gave people a direct feeling of wind. His opponent was greatly suppressed. However, Lu Cheng was different from the past. At first glance, he noticed that his opponent's posture was a little awkward and that his strength was not enough. In the past, Lu Cheng had mainly watched the first level of the professional martial arts competition and the 5 major title matches. However, the battle between a physical invulnerability expert and a high-ranked dance stage fighter was already at an inhuman level. Using the famous commentator He Xiaowei's description, every mighty one of the physical invulnerability experts was at least equivalent to a main battle tank. There was no need to rely on the honor of having no second place in martial arts to make most of the martial arts fanatics wear each other out. This was a great hidden danger to the stability of the country. Because of this, before joining the martial arts club, Lu Cheng hadn't seen much of the fights between the lower stages of the dance stage and the body refining stage. He only knew the general knowledge and didn't have a deep understanding of these fights. However, after watching the National University Martial Arts Competition Division Tournament and the 20 to 30 fights in the past 2 days, and with the accumulation of his own actual combat experience, Lu Cheng began to have a keen eye for such fights. Road to the arena seems to have been out of practice for a long time. His footwork and posture are still rusty, resulting in insufficient strength. If his opponent is stronger, he won't be so relaxed. But he has been busy with business these years, but he hasn't neglected training. His physical strength, and agility are all well maintained. After 2 or 3 more matches, he should be able to recover 70 to 80% of his strength. Lu Cheng analyzed the situation in his heart, but then he fell into deep thought. If I were to fight with him, how should I deal with him? How should I break his moves? With this thought in mind, he reconstructed the scene of the match in his mind and replaced the amateur fourth pin player with himself. He replayed and analyzed the moves of Road to the Arena, deducing the methods he should use and simulating the actual combat. Before he knew it, Road to the Arena kicked his opponent out of the ring and ended the match. Road to the Punch immediately took a photo of his victory pose and uploaded it to the live broadcast post. Master Road defeated his opponent in 3 minutes. Lu Qing stopped the simulation and glanced at the photo. He saw that Road to the Arena's forehead was sweating, which was sliding down his cheeks. His physical strength is still not a small problem. This is not something that can be recovered in a short time. Lu Qing nodded slightly and watched the 2 channel members leave. He got up and went to the service desk to ask for a paper match list. He searched for the information of the match just now to find out Road to the Arena's real name. Number 173, Zhou Yuaning, 29 years old, professional 9th pin, from Heishan province, good at Wuthering 8 movements of 9 Heavens Godly Wind formula. It turns out that Road to the Arena is almost 30 years old. It seems that it is true that he used to have a well-known fighter as his master. It seems that his bragging is true, at most exaggerated. Lu Qing conveniently asked for a copy of detailed information about Road to the Arena. 9 Heavens Godly Wind formula had an inaccurate but easy-to-remember name among the people, unique skill of the Wind sect. Since Road to the Arena had inherited the Wuthering 8 movements, even if he had not formally become a disciple, he should have been taught by a well-known fighter. Lu Qing put away the information and went to another ring to watch the match. When he was far away, the girls at the service desk took advantage of the free time to whisper to each other again. I checked, and he won again. It seems that he is really a strong master. Yes, most probably disdained to participate in the amateur ranking event. I like boys with this kind of character the most. I wonder what kind of opponent he will meet tomorrow. Do you think we should recommend his match to the audience? Let's wait and see, so as not to waste our feelings. The girls discussed excitedly. This kind of self-discovered master was more intimate than the one advertised by the official. Watching one match after another, Lu Cheng's mind was gradually filled with a variety of moves, and his heart was constantly playing out his own responses. At 4:00, he finally could not sit still anymore. He went out of the martial arts arena and returned to the hotel where he stayed. He put his coat in the room and went to a small park nearby. He began to play out the anticipated responses one by one, as if there was an imaginary enemy in front of him. The 24 blizzard strikes were broken up one by one. The internal order of the 3 groups of moves, Brutal Blizzard and Mega Avalanche, was disrupted and constantly reorganized. When he practiced to his heart's content, Lu Cheng's eyes were cold and terrifyingly calm, but his punches and kicks were fierce and crazy. His posture changed. He no longer reorganized according to the 3 groups of moves, but completely disrupted all 24 strikes. According to the expected moves of the enemy, he casually reorganized them. At the beginning, he was inexperienced and disorganized, but later, he developed the image again and again. The division of the 24 blizzard strikes was originally aimed at beginners, so that they could be mastered as soon as possible. The core was actually 3 visualization methods: Brutal Blizzard, Chilling to the Bone, and Mega Avalanche. With these as the foundation, one could freely reorganize each of the 24 strikes. Chopping Fist, Elbow Strike, Low Kick, Blast Punch, Fast Palm, and Close to the Body, one after another, continuous crispy sounds, whistling wind, and even a sense of roaring, like the collapse of a snow mountain, mighty and mighty, burying everything. Who? Lu Qing withdrew his punches and kicks, put on the last stance, and exhaled a mouthful of white air like an arrow. Obvious joy appeared on his face. His lower abdomen was warm, and the Jindan was flowing with ice and fire, relieving his fatigue. Finally, he felt that he had mastered the 24 blizzard strikes to a higher level and had mastered a lot. After having a casual dinner nearby, Lu Qing returned to the hotel. The first thing he did was to turn on the computer and connect to his phone. He copied and saved Yan Jika's voice message to his hard drive, in case his phone was damaged or lost. This was a good memory worth cherishing for a lifetime. After doing all this, he opened QQ and told Yenjika what he had learned from practicing martial arts. Yenjika also shared with him how she felt about learning her family's martial arts in the afternoon. Sitting in a simple room in a strange city, with some unfamiliar dialects in the park outside, Lu Qing felt a warmth that made him smile and made him feel tranquil and happy. Early the next morning, the man in the leather jacket changed into a black down jacket and walked in front of the big screen with two friends of the same age. Let me tell you something. I found a very powerful master, but he has no rank. The man in the leather jacket explained what he had learned in the past 2 days. He raised his head and looked at the constantly scrolling table. Number 656, Lu Cheng, the young couple from yesterday, with a few classmates, approached the big screen while chatting. Yesterday I found a master without rank. The boy of the young couple pointed at the table and said, well, number 656, Lu Cheng, Lu Yinglong and the eliminated junior brothers and sisters came to the martial arts gym again and stared at the big screen. Number 656, Lu Cheng. He murmured to himself, waiting for the next page of the table. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Interesting, Lu Cheng, wrapped in a down jacket over his martial arts suit, followed the crowd to the nearest big screen and looked for his name for the third time. Second ring, round 10, number 819, Jean Tao, 19 years old, amateur first pin. Number 656, Lu Cheng, 18 years old, no rank. Lu Cheng was not surprised to see this news. In the third round, the number of rings was reduced to 5. There was a high probability of encountering a master of amateur first pin, second pin, or third pin. But he was a little unlucky not to be of amateur third pin. Well, it's a good chance to thoroughly measure my level. Even if I lose, I won't be short of rewards. He comforted himself and walked to the service desk while reporting the result of the draw to Yenjika on QQ. Then he sent a laughing emoji and said, just what I want. At this time, he couldn't say that he was lucky. He had to pretend that it didn't happen. While waiting for Yenjika's reply, he stood at the end of the line in front of the service desk. He browsed the forum and saw that Road to the Arena posted a new content. Little Punch, you're lucky today to draw a guy with no rank. His name is Lu Cheng. Ah. Lu Cheng was stunned. Chapter 41. A guy with no rank. What's his name? Isn't that me? My opponent is Invincible Punch from the forum. Lu Cheng's mind was full of thoughts. He had a subtle feeling that fate was so mysterious. Although he had gone through 2 rounds of elimination, there were still more than 200 fighters left. What kind of fate was this to make him an opponent of the forum members? He scrolled down and browsed through the replies, only to see Unparalleled Dragon King, a martial arts maniac who had returned from overseas, saying, I've checked, and there really isn't a direct disciple of a big sect or force with this name. But you guys shouldn't underestimate him too much. How could he pass 2 rounds of the knockout competition without a rank? Unparalleled Dragon King had a terrifying martial arts database and knew all the fighters of the National University martial arts competitions like the back of his hand. But he still didn't know anything about Lu Cheng. Looking at his reply, Lu Cheng complained silently, if you want to find out about me, you can only go to the police department's household registration system and the Songqing University's office. Road to the Arena sent an inflated funny emoji. Don't worry. I'm a veteran. I know you can't underestimate those without rank. But no matter how much he looks down on the amateur ranking event, he won't give up the professional ranking event. He hasn't reached professional 9th pin yet, which means he doesn't have the strength to do so. If he's really a hermit and doesn't even want to participate in the professional ranking event, why did he sign up for the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament? Since he hasn't reached professional 9th pin, he's at most at the same level as Little Punch. What's there to worry about? There are too many factors that can affect the outcome of a competition at the same level. You have so much confidence in Little Punch? Beautiful World interrupted and asked. Road to the Arena replied with a smirk emoji, of course. Little Punch is my man. He has been of amateur first pin for more than a year and has participated in 2 professional ranking events. With his rich experience and deep accumulation, I think he can beat that Lu Cheng by a little bit. Maybe he has also participated in 2 or 3 professional ranking events. Brahman, a girl who was good at arguing, replied. Pig Riding Knight, the moderator of the forum, sent an emoji of knocking on the head. Lu Cheng is only 18 years old. If he has participated in 2 or 3 professional ranking events, how could he reach amateur first pin at 15? His body has just finished puberty. Wonton Seller entered the thread. I bet 10 packs of spicy strips that Little Fist can win. I bet 5 cucumbers that Little Fist will lose. Okamoto's fan followed closely behind with a funny expression, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. The live stream post soon turned into a gambling post. Some bet 5 packets of instant noodles, some bet 6 ham sausages. The atmosphere was so lively that they almost forgot about the main topic, Road to the Arena. Road to the Arena replied, I'll bet on Little Fist's ********. If he dares to lose, I'll explode. Counting the number, Lu Cheng found that more than 80% of the forum members supported Invincible Punch. He wanted to bet 5 duck necks that he would lose, but then he remembered the jinxed mouth of Su Wanyan, the president of Shanbei University Martial Arts Club. He decided not to curse himself and pretended not to see the post. Beep, beep, beep. Yenjika replied with a messy expression. I just chatted with Grandma for a while and didn't look at my phone for 7 or 8 minutes. How did you get such a good opponent? Hee, my character is not good enough. You have to support me from time to time in the future. Lu Cheng said in a joking tone. You'd better stay with me all the time and shine on me with your character forever. Yenjika sent a thoughtful expression with her hands crossed under her chin. Now that things have come to this, let's consider the opponent's situation. Have you got his detailed information? I'm still waiting in line. There are more spectators today. Lu Cheng replied with a silly smile. Anyway, I have no hope of entering the top 16 to get the prize money. With the previous 2 rounds of training, I naturally hope that each opponent will be stronger than the last so that I can better achieve the goal of the actual combat practice. Yenjika replied with a smiley face covering its mouth. Cheng, you have the potential to be a martial arts maniac. While chatting, Lu Cheng came to the front of the counter. The girl looked at him deeply and directly printed the detailed information of Invincible Punch, Jin Tao for him without asking anything. You know me? Lu Cheng was surprised. The girl at the counter said with a smile, among the remaining 200 contestants, only you have no rank. I see. Lu Cheng somewhat understood. Your opponent this time is of amateur first pin. Good luck. The girl at the counter said excitedly. Lu Cheng was stunned at first, then he smiled. Thank you. There are still many kind-hearted people in this world. Leaving the counter, he quickly browsed through the information and sent the important ones to Yenjika. Jin Tao, 19 years old, of amateur first pin, student of Juku branch of Haiyuan Martial Arts Academy, 1. 85 meters tall. Coach, what do you think? Yenjika replied with a sunglasses shining emoji. Haiyuan Martial Arts Academy. I'll check their curriculum and see what kind of kung fu they teach. Wait a minute. It's so good to have the internet. Lu Cheng praised inwardly. He went to the second ring and found a seat at random. Then he began to read the gambling post, no, the live broadcast post. After dozens of people chatted for a while, the topic returned to normal because of the entry of Above the Sky. Little Fist, how are you feeling now? Are you nervous? Asked Above the Sky. Road to the Arena acted like a spokesman. Little Fist is cautious but not nervous. He's not playing with his mobile phone. He's calming down and adjusting his body to fight in his best state. What's that Lu Cheng good at? What kind of fighters did he eliminate? Unparalleled Dragon King asked again. Road to the arena, replied with a smiley face emoji. He eliminated the first disciple of Baiyuan Martial Arts School in Yanling and Hu Zheng of Amateur 6th Pin. Judging from the first match, he should be restraining the full arm boxing style. But I told Little Fist that he can't make such inferences since he hasn't seen it with his own eyes. What if his opponent completely overpowers him? It's better for him to focus on himself and give full play to his strengths. Even if he loses, he'll admit defeat. Well, focus on myself. That means there's no way to recreate yesterday's match. Lu Qing nodded thoughtfully. At this time, Yenjika sent a complacent emoji. Come on, praise me. I found the Kung Fu taught by Haiyuan Martial Arts Academy. Awesome. You deserve to be the coach. I'm counting on you today. Lu Cheng was not stingy with his praise. Even if it was a little exaggerated, he covered it up in a joking manner. Yenjika sent a smiley face covering its mouth. Haiyuan Martial Arts Academy mainly teaches tiger shape, bear shape, blast punch and spear finger. Excellent students can also inherit the 9 diseases strike derived from the unique skill of the plague sect. Your opponent hasn't reached professional 9th pin yet, so you don't have to worry about that. I've helped you search for the specific introduction and corresponding fighting videos of tiger shape, bear shape, blast punch and spear finger. Don't worry about the traffic. Take a look. Blast punch of Haiyuan Martial Arts Academy was not the same as blast punch that Lu Qing usually used. It was closer to lightning and fire stance, but it didn't need to be visualized and could be completed by special force techniques. In ancient times, some martial artists followed the Xingyi school, which imitated fierce beasts to obtain extraordinary combat power. Tiger shape, leopard shape, bear shape, wolf shape, snake shape and elephant shape came into being in this way. In modern times, with the development of technology, guns and cannons could kill beasts like weeds. Martial artists who followed the Xingyi school began to improve and imitate the power pattern of guns and cannons, creating explosive blast punch and spear finger. They were quite powerful as if they were driven by gunpowder. After watching a video, Lu Qing discussed with Yenjika for a while. He wanted to grasp the essence of these 4 kung fu as soon as possible so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As time passed, it was time for the 8th match in the second ring. Lu Qing sent a smiley face to Yenjika. I'm going to calm down and adjust my state. In the end, I have to organize my thoughts. Talk to you after the match. Good luck, Yenjika sent an encouraging emoji. Lu Qing replied with a smirk. I was expecting you to send me another voice message. No, I already sent one yesterday. Yenjika replied with a smiley face covering its mouth. Lu Cheng was a little disappointed. After waiting for a while, he still didn't receive a voice message. So he logged out of QQ, put away his phone, and concealed his spirit and chi to adjust his state of mind. After 10 minutes, the referee of the second ring announced the winner. The 8th match was over, and the 9th began. In the stands 7 or 8 rows above Lu Cheng, Road to the Arena put down his phone and patted Jin Tao, the invincible punch, on the shoulder. Little punch, come on. Many people bet on you to lose. Invincible punch. Jin Tao took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Master Road, don't worry. I'm in a good state now. I won't embarrass our forum. After that, he stood up and walked down the stairs to the second ring. The next match was his. In the seats nearby, the uncle in the down jacket suddenly became energetic and said to his 2 companions, "It's about to start." The young couple who came with several classmates also sat up straight and pointed to the second ring. The master we talked about is about to come on the stage. Beside the ring, Lu Yinglong looked at the field with bright eyes and said to the junior brothers and sisters around him, "This time we can see his real strength." Because there were only 5 arenas left today, many of the spectators in other places also turned their gazes to this side. Lu Qing exhaled and opened his eyes. He got up and walked down the stairs to the second ring, which was close at hand. He didn't want to be disqualified by the referee if he rushed over after the 9th match. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. It was a familiar ringtone. Ah! Lu Cheng took out his phone and looked at it. It was Yen Zhika. He immediately chose to answer. A soft and clear voice came from the other side, "Cheng, come on. Come on, Cheng." Lu Cheng was overjoyed. He felt that everything was brighter, and the road to the second ring seemed to be covered with a layer of light. Before he could say anything, Yen Zhika had already hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Lu Cheng walked to the second ring with his head held high. He felt that he had nothing to fear. How can there be a rainbow without wind and rain? How can there be glory without failure? Chapter 42. Lu Cheng closed the distance of a dozen steps in one go and stopped at the edge of the arena, where he and Jin Tao, the invincible punch, were looking at each other across the two fighters. Jin Tao was tall and muscular. He had a buzz cut and sword-like eyebrows, and he was handsome and masculine. His loose-fitting martial arts academy uniform made him look like a tight suit. To be honest, he had been quite envious of Invincible Punch in the past few months when he had been on the forum. He was quite good-looking, and his strength was borderline professional. He was also quite lively, and he had made a name for himself in the martial arts forum. He had everything that he lacked and yearned for at that time. Every time he saw him, he always felt a little inferior and could only comfort himself that at least his IQ was higher than his. This time, the mountain that Jin Tao had envied was standing in front of him. The amateur first pin that Jin Tao had once thought was out of his reach was right in front of him. Jin Tao didn't need any other evidence. When he felt Lu Cheng's gaze, he knew that his opponent had arrived. Jin Tao had no relationship with the organizer of the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, so he couldn't get the video of his opponent's previous 2 rounds. Although this guy called Lu Cheng looked like a student, Jin Tao had to face him with the most cautious attitude. In ancient times, the 3 kinds of people that one had to be careful of were the old, the children, and the monks. In modern society, in the professional circle, the most important people were the fighters with no rank. In the stands, one of the companions of the man in the leather jacket pointed at the ring and said, "Old Zheng, who is the dark horse you mentioned? The one on the left or the one on the right?" Old Zheng pointed at Lu Cheng and said, "That's him, the one on the left. He looks very ordinary." The middle-aged man in the leather hat shook his head. Elder Zheng chuckled and said, "You'll know whether he's a donkey or a horse later. Just watch carefully." The young couple also encountered a similar problem. They were asked by their classmates to point out the master they mentioned, Lu Cheng. They looked around but couldn't find the man in the leather jacket. They looked at each other blankly. None of them had seen Lu Cheng's match. Who the hell knows what he looks like? After thinking for a while, the shy girl said mysteriously, "You'll know when the match starts. Lu Cheng should be able to gain the upper hand by then." The winner of the 9th match was decided in 7 minutes. After clearing the field, the referee took the time to catch his breath and said loudly, "Round 10, Jin Tao vs. Lu Cheng." Old Zheng and the young lovers immediately adjusted their sitting postures. Lu Yinglong and the other disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School withdrew their gazes from the other matches and focused on the second ring. Lu Cheng gave his coat, personal belongings, and number plate to the supervisor, crossed the white line, and entered the field. He stood on the left side of the referee, 2 meters away from Invincible Punch, Jin Tao. In the stands, Road to the Arena posted new content in the live broadcast post. The match is about to begin. Little Punch is more of a master than his opponent. When he was done, he took a picture and attached it to the post. It attracted many comments from the forum members. Some said that Little Punch's appearance was not bad, some cheered for the forum members, and some commented on Lu Cheng's appearance, saying that they couldn't see how good he was. Inside the ring, 4 pairs of eyes met. Jin Tao suddenly smiled. "To be honest, I'm very happy and excited after I confirmed my opponent and got your information this morning. In the previous 2 matches, my opponents were weak and only served as a warm-up, which is contrary to my original intention of honing myself. I hope you won't let me down. He said so confidently, as if he was going to overwhelm Lu Cheng in spirit. Yan Jika's soft and clear voice echoed in Lu Cheng's ears. He was full of strength and fearless. He smiled and said, I hope you won't let me down either. After that, no matter how Jin Tao tried to stir up a topic, Lu Cheng remained silent. Images of the matches of Tiger Shape, Bear Shape, Blast Punch, and Spear Finger flashed through his mind. He quickly settled down and formed a final decision. Since Invincible Punch wanted him to focus on himself and make him unable to set up a routine in advance, then he should focus on himself and attack instead of defense. Attack instead of defense was not Lu Cheng's idea on a whim, but the result of a comprehensive consideration of all aspects. He still lacked actual combat experience, and there was still a certain gap between him and an amateur first pin. If he just defended, he would easily be thrown into confusion. The best way was to suppress his opponent with 24 blizzard strikes, so that his opponent would not be able to free up his hands and feet to counterattack. The longer the match lasted, the better it would be for him. After 10 minutes, even if he couldn't beat him to death, he would exhaust him to death. After making up his mind, Lu Cheng naturally concentrated his spirit. His mind was like water condensing into ice. Half of his mind was in meditation, and the other half was reflecting the surroundings, listening to the movements of the wind and the changes of his opponent's body. This was the combat application of condensation stance. Combined with his ability to enter meditation, he almost had the subtle feeling of his primordial spirit leaving his body and overlooking the little things around him in a condescending manner. Without the previous 2 days' battle experience, the dozens of matches he had watched, and the breakthrough in 24 blizzard strikes yesterday, it would have been very difficult for him to achieve this step. The referee looked at his watch, raised his right hand, and suddenly swung down. Begin. As soon as he finished his words, Jin Tao, the Invincible Punch, rushed to Lu Cheng in a few steps. His momentum was strong and ferocious. He was like a fierce tiger in the forest, leaving no chance for Lu Cheng to dodge. As the distance closed, Jin Tao's body seemed to expand, blocking Lu Cheng's line of sight. He raised his right hand and threw a downward chop, like a claw or a fan, stirring up a violent wind. Roar! Tiger's roar brings wind, hundreds of beasts flee. Seeing Jin Tao coming at him aggressively, Lu Cheng didn't dare to be careless. The scene of the brutal blizzard flashed through his mind. He sat cross-legged and held his breath. His palms were like little snowflakes, pushing them out. He caught Jin Tao's wrist from the side of his face in time and blocked the downward chop. His arms shook slightly, feeling the difference in strength between him and his opponent. Bang! Jin Tao's downward chop suddenly popped out his index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger, shooting at Lu Cheng's face, like a cat showing its sharp claws. They also made a sharp sound, like bullets flying out of a gun barrel. If they hit Lu Cheng, there would be a bloody hole in his face, and even the referee couldn't stop it. Finger gun. Finger gun gun. Fortunately, Lu Cheng had watched the video of the tiger movement and finger gun in advance, so the combination of them and the wound on his opponent's face was still fresh in his mind. As soon as he blocked the downward chop with his hands, he took a step to the side and moved away. Bang! Finger gun missed. Lu Cheng swam to the side of Invincible Punch, Jin Tao. He lowered his waist and threw out his right palm. In his mind was the scene of freezing snow, and a force was held in but not released, both bright and dark. In addition to avalanches, the most deadly thing in a blizzard was the insubstantial cold. The second force of 24 blizzard strikes, the chill to the bone. After the palm hit, Lu Cheng's mind was still as cold as ice, maintaining a state of half meditation and half reflection. At this moment, he keenly felt the muscle on Jin Tao's left thigh pulling at his trousers. This. Lu Cheng didn't have time to think about it. Following his intuition, he quickly adjusted his muscles, pulled back his center of gravity, and gathered the force that was held in but not released. A bolt of lightning struck in his visualization, igniting a prairie fire in an instant. At the same time, Jin Tao's left leg kicked out without warning. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless, aiming at Lu Cheng's chest and abdomen, like a fierce tiger's tail turning into a steel whip. If this kick landed, even if Lu Cheng wasn't seriously injured, he would be unable to fight anymore. Tiger form, tiger tail sweep. Once the lightning and fire stance was in place, Lu Cheng's body heated up and all of it flowed into his right palm. With a whistling sound, he chopped down, narrowly blocking Jin Tao's kick. When the palm and the leg collided, Lu Cheng's body shook again. The explosion of the lightning and fire stance almost couldn't offset this fierce kick. He couldn't help but praise in his heart, no wonder it's the trump card of tiger form. His frozen heart lake reflected the general change of the force on Jin Tao's leg through his muscles and pores. Lu Cheng adjusted his muscles and changed his center of gravity. Like a stretched spring, Lu Cheng took advantage of the little force of this kick to retreat slightly and then pounce forward quickly. His left hand formed into a fist, as if shaking a big spear, and released the abrupt force, poking at Jin Tao. Jin Tao withdrew his leg, lowered his waist, and crossed his elbow to block the punch. But he was a little surprised because his opponent's strength seemed to be a little stronger than before. Sensing the strength on his elbow, Lu Cheng adjusted his muscles again and changed his center of gravity again. Taking advantage of the little force of this block, he kicked fiercely from the bottom to the top with his right leg. Bam! Jin Tao also kicked out with his right leg and blocked in midair. Lu Cheng withdrew his right leg, uppercut, side elbow, low kick, one move after another, as if there was no gap. The more Jin Tao blocked, the more frightened he became. He felt that his opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger. At the beginning, there was a clear gap between them, but now it was just a little bit stronger. Different from floods and flames, except for avalanches, the damage of ice and snow didn't appear at the beginning. But as time went by, it would become more and more dangerous and fatal. This was the essence of the first momentum of the 24 blizzard strikes. And this required the user to hear the opponent's strength and adjust his center of gravity. Then he could continue to borrow strength and fight bravely. Because of this, when Geezer Shi taught Lu Cheng the 24 blizzard strikes, he specially reminded him that this fighting style was famous for its ferocity and craziness. But the mind must not follow the craziness. Instead, it must be as calm as water condensing into ice. If one wasn't calm, he wouldn't be able to reflect his surroundings. If he wasn't calm, he wouldn't be able to sense his opponent's muscles and pores. If he wasn't calm, he wouldn't be able to hear the opponent's strength. The calmer the mind, the fiercer the attack. Because of the need to constantly adjust his muscles to take advantage of the opponent's strength, one could imagine the consumption of physical strength. Previously, even Lin K of professional 9th pin could only suppress him for 2 or 3 minutes. One kick was faster than the other, one punch was heavier than the other. Jin Tao was like a thin pedestrian in a violent snowstorm, gradually smelling a bad smell. I can't go on like this. He took a deep breath and took the initiative to block Lu Cheng's blast punch with his palm. Then he suddenly took a step forward, turned sideways, and bumped into his opponent. During the whole process, his body seemed to expand. He was full of strength and momentum, as if he had turned into a human bear. Bear form, giant bear hits the tree. In the forest, if a giant bear hit the tree like this, even a towering tree would break on the spot. The arena seemed to be shaking. The collision was extremely fierce. Lu Cheng put on a defensive posture, turning all the strength he had just borrowed into defense. Bam! The muffled sound echoed. Lu Cheng didn't gain the slightest advantage with such strength. Instead, he slightly lost his center of gravity. Feeling the huge force on his body, he took 2 steps back. Fortunately, he quickly adjusted his muscles and immediately stabilized his center of gravity, not messing up his footwork. Jin Tao didn't relax after such a collision. He didn't take advantage of the situation to attack. Instead, he did breathing in and out to recover the breath that he almost couldn't breathe under the suppression of the brutal blizzard. Since the beginning of the fight, the two separated for the first time, resulting in a short confrontation. On the grandstand, Old Zheng was stunned at first. Then, he stood up and applauded loudly. The tiger form spear finger whip kick and the crazy attack and defense for 2 to 3 minutes was the most exciting battle since the start of the competition. Anyone with a little bit of knowledge about martial arts or the audience who had watched some of the matches below the Danchi state would be able to appreciate the thrill and the foundation of the moves. Old Zheng was completely engrossed in the fight and secretly broke out in cold sweat. Every move, the slightest mistake would lead to failure. The young couple and the others also applauded, feeling that their wait was not in vain. Their enthusiasm attracted the attention of more spectators, who all focused on the second arena. I didn't lose unjustly. Lu Yinglong sighed in a daze. Chapter 43. Road to the arena. Zhou Yuaning unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture. At first, he was casually browsing the forum, but now he didn't even look at his phone. He pursed his lips, pondered for a few seconds, and said to himself, Ice Sex 24 Blizzard Strikes seems to have reached a higher level. Taking advantage of the short time they were apart, he quickly replied in the live post, Little Punch has met a master with inheritance. It's a stalemate. As soon as he sent this message, he looked up and saw Lu Qing step forward and launch another attack. Damn, doesn't he need to breathe? Road to the arena blurted out. In the arena, Lu Qing, who had just stabilized his center of gravity after being knocked back by the bear shape, felt the nebula in his dantian expand and shrink, slowly rotating. The ice and fire separated, relieving the tiredness from the previous round of crazy attacks. He sighed inwardly. The Jin Dan was indeed a good thing. However, if it had been him before his battle with Lu Yinglong, or even when he had defeated Hu Jingshi, he would have been defeated and would not have lasted until now. Just that, fierce tiger sweeping its tail, would have been enough to end the battle, and his follow-up, brutal blizzard, had benefited from yesterday's mastery. 2 days of fighting, 2 days of observation, 2 days of combining his own thoughts, and 2 days of accumulating potential. Lu Qing felt that he was experiencing the first rebirth since he started learning martial arts, evolving from a student to a martial artist. Without adjustment or recovery, he visualized force of gale. His mind roared crazily, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. His waist and back wriggled, connecting the vertebrae, and his pace became faster and faster. In a few seconds, he closed the distance between them. His right hand pulled back, like a bow, and shot back at Invincible Punch, Jin Tao. Jin Tao had just caught his breath, but before he had time to think, he saw Lu Qing in front of him again, punching at his ear. Doesn't he need to adjust his breath? He should be much more tired than I was after that round of crazy attacks. Without time to think, Jin Tao lowered his center of gravity, lowered his waist, and punched down with his right hand to block the attack. His fingers were ready to shoot, and the tiger thorn was about to pop out to prevent Lu Qing from borrowing his strength. He didn't try to borrow the force. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum and moved forward. He closed in on Jin Tao and elbowed him sideways. A crisp sound rang out as his strength exploded, forcing Jin Tao to take a step back and block with his left palm. Their pores touched and their muscles felt each other. Lu Cheng's strength was reflected in his heart. He adjusted his center of gravity and borrowed the strength to give Jin Tao a spinning kick. Pa! As soon as Jin Tao blocked the attack, Lu Qing followed up with another attack, not giving him a chance to form a spear finger. Like an endless blizzard, Jin Tao's body was constantly scraped by Lu Qing, getting colder and stronger. Soon, the difference in strength between the two sides was closed. Jin Tao had no choice but to use the bear form again to force Lu Qing back. However, as soon as they separated, Lu Qing charged forward again without the slightest break or pause. Old Zheng and the rest of the audience cheered and the atmosphere became more and more heated. Bang bang bang. Pa! Pa! The more Jin Tao fought, the more terrified he became. He could feel that his opponent was getting stronger and stronger. This was not only because of the strength he was borrowing, but also because of his own physical strength. His strength was starting to weaken. How long could he maintain this crazy attack? Jin Tao had no confidence in this. He felt that he couldn't be so passive anymore. If he was worn down like this, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back before long. He used the bear form again to force Lu Qing back. This time, Jin Tao took a deep breath. Without adjusting, he followed up with a few big strides and stomped his right foot. Bang! The stomping sound was like the explosion of gunpowder. Jin Tao's temples bulged. He straightened his back and clenched his right hand into a fist. Like a cannonball, he threw a punch at Lu Qing with a huge force. There was a harsh sound in the air. Blast punch. He threw a punch like a cannon. This punch reminded Lu Qing of Yi Yaoting's attack the day before yesterday. He didn't dare to face it head-on, but he couldn't avoid it either. He took a deep breath, lowered his waist, and quickly adjusted his muscles to compress the strength around him. In his mind, there were towering peaks, white snow, and falling frost, with a momentum of more than 10,000 tons. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the dead wood and shaking the snowy peaks. Boom! The snowy peaks and white streams collapsed and fell down in a mighty manner. It was going to bury everything below. 24 blizzard strikes, mega avalanche. The compressed strength suddenly broke out. Lu Qing threw a punch with the momentum of a snowy mountain collapse. His whole body seemed to expand a little, taller, and looked down at Jin Tao. Bang! The two fists hit each other from the side, making a dull and heart-stopping sound. Their arms were swung away, and their bodies were shaking. They were evenly matched. It was an even split. Although there was no 3 minutes to gather strength, and his opponent also used a terrifying blast punch, Lu Qing was still evenly matched. This was the result of the double explosion of mega avalanche and lightning and fire stance, and also the result of Jin Tao's physical exhaustion and weakening strength. Bang! The sound of the two fists hitting each other just now entered the ears of Lao Zheng and the other spectators. They couldn't help but feel nervous. They vaguely felt that the battle had come to an end. The terrifying blast punch and the avalanche-like blow were obviously their craziest and fiercest attempts. After the blast punch, Jin Tao felt a little tired. Why didn't he use bear shape and blast punch at the beginning? The former was not flexible enough, and the latter was too exhausting. When facing an unknown enemy, if he missed and was dodged, he would be in a very passive situation. He had to be cautious. He seized the time to adjust his breathing and quickly recover his strength. He believed that Lu Qing on the opposite side was also doing the same. The terrifying blow like a snowy mountain collapse was obviously a move that emphasized explosive and exhausting strength. Jin Tao's eyes were fixed on Lu Qing when he just recovered his strength. Lu Qing's attack came one after another. He didn't look tired at all, and even his breathing was so balanced. Balanced? While Jin Tao was still in shock, Lu Qing rushed in front of him, turned sideways, and hit his chest with his elbow. Before his strength recovered, Jin Tao hurriedly raised his hand, but was knocked away by Lu Qing's elbow and hit his chest. Jin Tao's chest tightened and he took a step back. Lu Qing's right hand shot out like lightning and caught Jin Tao's left wrist. With a pull, Jin Tao's body swung back toward his knee. Knee hit. Bang! Jin Tao covered his stomach and fell down. The referee took a look and raised his hand. Lu Qing wins the 10th round. At some point in time, Road to the Arena had also stood up from his seat and muttered to himself, "What kind of freak is this?" Zheng shouted and applauded wildly. In the end, he said to his two companions, "Am I right?" The real dark horse. Wonderful. Really wonderful. But I didn't understand a lot of things because there was no commentary. His companions also shouted. The young couple stood up and applauded. They said to their classmates, "See. This is the mysterious Master Lu Cheng we were talking about." The arena tournament this time was really exciting. Their classmates praised one after another. The spectators who witnessed the match were applauding for Lu Cheng and the defeated Jin Tao. Jin Tao's performance was brilliant enough to contribute a classic match to the audience. Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and the other disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School were silent. They were all imagining how many rounds of brutal blizzard they could withstand if they were in Lu Cheng's place. Not to mention Lu Cheng, even if his opponent was Jin Tao, they would have no chance of winning. Finally I see his real strength. Lu Yinglong sighed again. The joy of defeating Jin Tao reverberated in Lu Cheng's heart. He couldn't wait to share it with Yan Zhike. However, Jin Tao was a friend of the forum. If he didn't do something and left, it would be awkward to meet him in the future. He reached out and pulled Jin Tao up. He smiled and said, "Thank you." In the last knee hit, he didn't use the lightning and fire stance or mega avalanche. Instead, he used his real strength to make Jin Tao lose his ability to fight due to the pain. Because of this, the referee didn't stop him. Of course, if he was wrong, Jin Tao could still fight. Lu Cheng was also cautious. If the match continued, he would still lose. After this hearty battle, Lu Cheng's estimation of his strength was more accurate. Because he hadn't practiced martial arts for a long time, he still had shortcomings in strength and agility. After mastering the 24 blizzard strikes, Lu Cheng had the strength of an amateur second or third pin. With the physical strength provided by the Jin Dan, Lu Cheng had the strength of an amateur first pin. Of course, the strength of an amateur second or third pin referred to him now, not the hothead who had just arrived at Yanling. During this time, he had improved with every battle. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. Jin Tao rubbed his stomach, tears of pain appearing in the corner of his eyes. He stood up with the help of Lu Cheng's hand and said, "You are really a contradictory opponent. Sometimes, I feel that the strength of your punches and kicks is not enough, and your footwork is not agile enough. You are weaker than me. Sometimes, I feel that you are unfathomable. You can actually detect my tiger tail kick in advance and launch crazy attacks again and again." Lu Cheng smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say and didn't want to reveal his identity at this time. He'd better check the forum and see what other people would say. Why am I full of expectations? Why am I so happy? Lu Cheng. On the stand, with the referee's announcement, many spectators who had witnessed the battle remembered this name. Road to the arena, Zhou Yuaning didn't have time to broadcast on the forum. He came down to support Jin Tao and comforted him. "This Lu Cheng is very strong. He has mastered the 24 blizzard strikes of the ice sect." In other words, it was normal to lose to him. Invincible punch, Jin Tao sighed and said, "He is indeed very strong, but I think it's more appropriate to describe him with another word." "What word?" Road to the arena, Zhou Yuaning asked curiously. The scene just now flashed in Jin Tao's mind. Round after round of crazy snowstorm-like attacks, the punches and kicks that didn't show any fatigue, the breathing that was still balanced even after the extreme outbreak. He took a deep breath and said with a little fear, "Monster. P.S. Since you asked for an early update." Chapter 44. Wearing a down jacket, Lu Cheng couldn't wait to log into QQ and send a message to Yan Zhike. "Guess if I won or lost?" Yan Zhike replied with a squinting emoji. "Of course you won. I can feel your smugness through the screen. But you actually beat a master of amateur first pin." At the end of the message, she added a dumbfounded emoji. Hey, I didn't have much hope, but because of someone's cheering, I performed 200% of my strength." Lu Qing deliberately used the nickname, someone. Yenjika replied with a laughing emoji covering its mouth. If I cheered you 100 times, would you be able to beat Dragon King? I think the gap between Dragon King and me is more than 100 times. Lu Qing sent a, don't scare me, emoji. Yenjika replied with a, I'm going to scare you to death if you're a coward, emoji. Come on, tell me how you won. I don't believe you are the Cheng I know. Tell me. Did you steal his phone? Do you want a secret code? Lu Qing sent a smiling emoji. What secret code? Yenjika sent an emoji with a question mark above its head. Lu Qing replied with an emoji looking up at the sky. But I know your name, Yenjika. You are very famous in our grade and in our school. You are good in your studies, good in character, and beautiful. Everyone thought you would go to the capital or Huahai, but you went to Songcheng. This was the content of their first chat in Songcheng University. Lu Qing retold it according to his memory. Seeing it now, he felt a little warm. Yenjika replied with a blushing and smiling emoji. You were still a beginner in martial arts at that time. Who would have thought that you could defeat a master of amateur first pin now? Wait, you didn't say beautiful at that time. Well, you really are a fake Cheng. Really? I thought I would be frank and tell the truth. It seems that I was too shy at that time. Lu Qing sent a shy emoji with a big smile on his face. He didn't care about other people's opinions. The two of them chatted and laughed for a while before returning to the topic. Lu Qing quickly typed, originally, after I made a breakthrough in 24 blizzard strikes, I didn't expect to win against an amateur first pin master. I just wanted to fight as hard as I could. Who knew that he didn't know my background and was relatively cautious? He didn't burst out with full strength at the beginning but used a more balanced tiger shape. This gave me a chance to adapt to a battle of similar intensity, so that I wouldn't be forced into a fluster and be passive all the time. With Yenjika's interaction, he described the details of the fight in detail. When Yenjika saw that he had sensed Jin Tao's movement in advance and blocked the fast, accurate, and fierce tiger tail kick by a hair's breadth, Yenjika expressed her nervousness with an expression of, I'm so scared that my whole family dropped their dried fish. Then she expressed her yearning for the essence of his brutal blizzard force, which could be used to return and become stronger and stronger. The affirmation, support, and envy of his beloved girl unconsciously gave Lu Qing great satisfaction and happiness. He even felt that it was better than the cheers and shouts of the audience. At the end of the description, Lu Qing said with a smirk emoji, then I used the 24 blizzard strikes to suppress him again and again until his physical strength was exhausted. His last desperate attack with the cannon punch was firmly blocked by my mega avalanche and lightning and fire stance. Then I took advantage of the situation to finish the battle with a stride, elbow, pull and bump. Why does it sound so familiar? Yenjika sent a dazed expression. I remember it. Back then, senior brother Wu Dong was also worn down by your endurance. Yeah, who told them to have poor endurance? Lu Qing sent an emoji of laughing up to the sky. Yenjika sent 6 ellipses. I don't know what to say. If my cousin had your endurance, he could have swept the Guanan school in 3 rounds. Lu Qing sent a, not as good as you said, emoji of a silly smile. I have such a change because I started to practice martial arts. Although my endurance was good before, it was still far from the abnormal level. He once again paved the way for Jindan to provide stamina. Otherwise, Yenjika, who had the same high school experience as him, would easily find out that his long-distance running performance was only above average. Yenjika didn't say more about it. She sent a pitiful emoji. Cheng, I think you are already better than me. No, I have to get up. Get up and practice. Lu Qing replied with a smiling emoji. No, eat. Yenjika sent a hungry emoji. Lu Qing was amused by her cuteness. He replied, now that you mention it, I am also hungry. I almost forgot to eat. He held his phone and tightened his down jacket. He passed the service desk and walked out of the martial arts arena. At this time, the morning competition had completely ended. Fewer people were going out. The girls at the service desk saw Lu Cheng's back at a glance. Look! That Lu Cheng, he beat a master of amateur first pin this morning. The girl who had cheered for Lu Cheng pointed at him with pride. The girl next to her nodded thoughtfully. He is really a dark horse. He didn't rely on luck at all. This kind of fighter, the audience will definitely like to watch. Shall we recommend his competition tomorrow? The girl who cheered for Lu Cheng suggested. The other girl next to her laughed and said, "Why are you so enthusiastic? Are you attracted to him?" Bah, you two little bitches. This is called being proactive and thinking about the audience wholeheartedly. The three girls laughed for a while and decided to send the girl who cheered for Lu Cheng to the supervisor. She sorted out the information, turned around the storage room and came to the supervisor's office. She gently knocked on the door 3 times. "Come in." A male voice came from the office. She twisted the knob, pushed open the wooden door, and walked in a little nervously. "Ling Ning, what's the matter?" The supervisor was a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Ling Ning took advantage of the girl's advantage and said with a smile, "Supervisor, we found a very good fighter." "Very good? How good?" The supervisor put down the pen in his hand and leaned back in his chair. Ling Ning handed over the information. "We only found out because the audience asked. He is a Songqing University student, only 18 years old. He has no rank, but he defeated Lu Yinglong of Baiyuan Martial Arts School, an amateur 6th pin fighter, and today's amateur 1st pin master." The supervisor took the information and listened to it while reading. Then he paused. He ran his fingers through his scant hair and said thoughtfully, "He is indeed very good, and very interesting. You are very proactive in your work. Not bad, not bad. Well, arrange his competition in ring number 1 tomorrow." Ring number 1 was the central ring. In the 4th round of the competition, the strength of the fighters was relatively close, so there was no need to worry about the gap between the strong and the weak. Yen Zhika went to eat and chat with her family. Lu Cheng was sitting in a chair that could be crushed by accident, eating simple fast food and browsing the live broadcast posts in the BBS. In the post, Road to the Arena posted a picture with a pained expression. It was a picture of Invincible Punch taking a shower with his upper body naked after he had finished his training. His muscles were firm, and his lines were smooth. He looked pretty good. At the same time, Road to the Arena added a sentence, "Little Punch lost. Let's share the picture." Wonton Seller was the first to reply with a nosebleed emoji. "I suddenly feel that I should thank that contestant Lu Cheng. Yeah, if I had known this would happen, I would have bet on Little Punch to lose at the beginning." Light Sea Blue posted a crying fist clenched. Beautiful World replied, "You guys are too mean. I will hold on. I will cheer for Little Punch." Sun, a beauty who often posted pictures, also said, "No. I feel like eating young grass." Cat who loves wine sent an emoji with red hearts in its eyes. "I didn't expect there would be a benefit for us girls." Looking at the girls' replies, No Hooligan said, "Look at you guys, I will also consider sharing my nude photos." Okamoto's fan replied, "No Hooligan, hurry up, take off your pants. Damn, I treat you as a brother, but you are actually coveting my ass." No Hooligan sent a vicious emoji. Lu Cheng laughed while eating at the sight of them going off topic as usual. Finally, Unparalleled Dragon King, a martial arts fanatic, replied seriously, "Do you have any detailed information about that Lu Cheng? I am curious about his background, but I don't know anything about him." Invincible Punch popped up. "I only know that he is a student of Songqing University." A student of Songqing University? Because of Lin K, I pay special attention to the competition of Songqing University Martial Arts Club, but there is no contestant named Lu Cheng. Unparalleled Dragon King sent a puzzled emoji. Brahman appeared. Wow, I like this kind of mysterious master the most. Pig riding night followed. Do you have a video of Lu Cheng's competition? Let me see. It seems there is a replay on the big screen. I will record it with my phone. Road to the Arena replied. Not long after, he posted a video of two fighters fighting fiercely and quickly on the big screen. It was Lu Cheng and Invincible Punch. Not bad. Lu Cheng put down his chopsticks and replied. He saved the link of the video and sent it to Yenjika. He planned to download the whole video on the broadband when he returned to the hotel as a souvenir. 24 Blizzard Strikes. He is indeed a student of Songqing University. Unparalleled Dragon King replied. But his 24 Blizzard Strikes has reached the primary level, which is not worse than Lin K's. Why is he still unknown? That was a wonderful fight. Little Punch, you are also very good, but your opponent is stronger. Wonton Seller said. Invincible Punch said, I know. To be honest, I was a little unconvinced when I failed in the last two ranking events. I thought it was because of my bad luck that I didn't become a professional 9th pin fighter. But after today's fight, I know my strength clearly. There is always someone better than me. I am indeed still far from a professional 9th pin fighter. Lu Cheng felt a great sense of achievement and satisfaction when he saw that his former target was convinced. He pretended to be reserved and replied, Invincible, you are actually very good. Pig Riding Knight also said, your opponent is obviously a professional. Little Punch, you are very good to be able to fight to this extent. Hey, professional. Come on, continue to praise me. Lu Cheng refreshed the page with a shameless smile, waiting for other replies. He saw familiar IDs such as, No Hooligan, a plumber eating mushrooms, Wine Lover Cat, Light Sea Blue, Beautiful World, and Sun, saying that Lu Cheng was really mysterious. His martial arts level was obviously so strong, but he didn't represent Songqing University Martial Arts Club. They also said that 24 Blizzard Strikes was especially beautiful when Lu Cheng used it. It was especially crazy and fierce. Just watching the video made people shudder. These replies made Lu Cheng feel a little tipsy. He couldn't stop smiling. He really wanted to ask Yenjika to see it. Professional level at 18 years old. Maybe he will join Longhu Club in the future. I like this kind of hidden mysterious master. Brahman replied again. At this moment, the little girl, Wonton Seller, tagged Schrodinger's Tiger, who was Lu Cheng. Little Tiger, I remember you joined the martial arts club of your university. Songqing University Martial Arts Club has a hidden mysterious master. Does your martial arts club have one? Of course. Lu Cheng replied with a smiling emoji. Who? Who is it? Wonton Seller sent a curious emoji. Lu Cheng replied with a laughing emoji with arms akimbo. Me. I'm the hidden mysterious master. Pfft, Little Tiger, you are getting better at joking. Wonton Seller replied. Beautiful World also replied, Tiger, you are getting more and more exaggerated. Lu Cheng smiled and didn't continue the discussion. He put down his phone and focused on eating. Chapter 45. To be honest, if Lu Cheng had to add a label for himself, he felt that food lover was bound to be included. When he first came to Yenling, he had wanted to experience the local specialties. However, all of that couldn't beat the word poor. In order to ensure that he wouldn't get on the train with an empty stomach on the return trip, he had to split his money in half and spend it carefully, relying on simple roadside meals to satisfy his hunger. Putting down his bowl and chopsticks, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the local specialty roast duck opposite him and swallowed his saliva. He muttered to himself, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility upon a man, they will surely suffer hardships in their will, toil their muscles and bones, starve their skin, starve their skin, starve their skin, starve, with a self-deprecating laugh, he took out his phone and chatted with Yenjika, who was resting after dinner. When she started practicing, he slowly walked back to the martial arts arena. For the entire afternoon, he wandered around different arenas, watching the matches of one martial artist after another. Like a sponge that had been thrown into water, he hungrily absorbed the essence of various fighting styles, and deduced his own responses in his mind. Even in high school, when he knew that studying was the best way out, he didn't take the initiative, immerse himself, and forget himself. He even completely forgot to browse forums, Weibo, and watch video clips. After the match, he went back to the hotel, took off his jacket, and went to the small park nearby. He turned today's accumulation and harvest into one move after another practice. It's better to practice once than to think 100 times. His fists were like cannons, and his kicks were like hammers. His punches and kicks tore through the air, making crisp sounds. They were very rhythmic, fierce, and crazy, like the attack of a violent snowstorm. As he practiced to his heart's content, his every move became more and more terrifying. His moves were like a roaring torrent, roaring and surging, drowning everything in its path. The sky was getting dark, and snowflakes were falling, dancing in the air with Lu Cheng's every move. Suddenly, the sound of punches and kicks around him stopped. His right palm quickly struck out, as fast as thunder, with half of his strength and half of his strength. As soon as he withdrew his right palm, his left palm struck out, and the two joined each other without leaving a gap. They intersected with low kicks, weaving a soft and dense attack net. If the Mega Avalanche was the fiercest and most terrifying move of the blizzard, then this set of palm techniques was the softest and most fatal move of the blizzard. From the very beginning, the cold had been silently attacking, so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge. By the time it hit, it was already too late to dispel it. The second force of the 24 blizzard strikes, the bone-chilling coldness. After a few rounds, Lu Cheng stopped and exhaled a mouthful of foul air, which turned into white smoke like an arrow. This fighting style was indeed derived from the unique skill of the ice sect. Every time he practiced, he would gain something new. Instead of going back to the hotel, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yenjika to share his joy. I had the same feeling when I was practicing martial arts this afternoon. Perhaps this is the charm of martial arts. Yenjika replied with a blushing and smiling emoji. Woo-woo, my cousin wants to take me shopping. I'm so tired. Pitiful emoji, Lu Cheng said with concern, if you're tired, then don't go. Reject her righteously. At this point, he started joking again. If you don't dare, I'll help you. No, she said she would treat me to delicious food. I'm tempted. Yenjika sent a laughing emoji covering its mouth. My cousin is a monster when we're shopping. She won't feel tired after 3 or 4 hours. I feel like she's as good as you. Lu Cheng thought for a while and sent a prostrating emoji. I think I'll lose. His body wouldn't feel tired, but his mind would. They chatted and laughed. After dinner, Lu Cheng returned to the hotel. He took off his clothes and entered the bathroom. He let the hot water gently hit his body, washing away all the dust and mental tiredness. He closed his eyes comfortably. His vision was filled with water vapor, hazy like a fantasy. Thinking of the experience of the past 3 days, Lu Cheng did feel like he was in a dream. But his growth was so real. It seemed that he was completing some kind of transformation, or maybe even maturing a little bit. After the shower, he dried his body and hurriedly washed his clothes. Because he didn't bring enough clothes and didn't trust the laundry service of this small hotel, his martial arts suit hadn't been washed for 3 days. Calculating the time, it was just the right time to change to the second suit. After 3 or 4 days of wearing the second suit, even if this one was still wet, he could wear his daily clothes and go home. After doing all this, he turned on the computer and downloaded the video. Then he threw himself under the quilt and fell into the softness, feeling the beauty of life. Lu Cheng picked up his phone and logged on QQ. When he was about to chat with Yen Zhika, who was shopping, a familiar avatar sent him a message. Beep. Fatty Jiang. Lu Qing said to himself. This was Jiang Fei, his classmate and good friend in high school, who was admitted to Guangnan. The guy whose nickname was Fatty Jiang said, Cheng, when will you get home? Our class is going to have a gathering. I still have 4 or 5 days. Lu Qing answered vaguely. Who's going to join? Jiang Fei replied, It's not decided yet, but it should be a lot. Why is your school holidays so late? I'm delayed by something. Lu Qing didn't mention the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. If Fatty Jiang knew that he had become an amateur master, his glasses would probably be broken. After answering the question perfunctorily, he sent another message, Do you want to invite a teacher? Jiang Fei said, I don't know. Let's see what the program is. If we go to karaoke or something, it's not good to have a teacher with us. If we go to the farmhouse, we can ask them to play cards and fish. Then count me in. We haven't seen each other for a semester. Lu Qing replied happily. Jiang Fei replied with a smirk emoji, By the way, Cheng, let me tell you a piece of gossip. What kind of gossip? Lu Qing was interested. Jiang Fei said, when I came back, I saw Du Liu getting on the bus halfway. He was holding hands with Song Li from Class 3. Class 3? Isn't that Yen Zhika's class? Lu Qing was shocked and replied, They got into the same school. More or less. 2 schools in the same city near each other. After a while, they hooked up. Just like the old saying, I treat you as a fellow countryman, but you want to hit on me. Jiang Fei typed quickly. Damn, an arrow in the knee. Lu Qing wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Fatty Jiang, then what? Then what? I saw them and they saw me. They let go of my hand instantly and asked me not to tell others. But it doesn't matter if we talk about our relationship. Jiang Fei sent a laughing emoji. Lu Qing held his phone and laughed. Why do I feel like you're a killjoy? By the way, there are many pretty girls in Guangnan. Are you in a relationship? Bah. There are many pretty girls, but our department is miserable. There are only 5 girls in this batch, known as the 5 golden flowers. Jiang Fei sent a sad emoji. By the way, don't tell others about Du Liu and the others. Otherwise, they will scold me. While chatting with Jiang Fei, Lu Qing sent a message to Yen Zhika, Let me tell you a piece of gossip. Du Liu from our class is in a relationship with Song Li from your class. After sending the message, he saw Jiang Fei's warning. The corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. To me, Yen Zhika is not someone else. After a few minutes, Yen Zhika replied with a dumbfounded emoji, What? Song Li, this little girl, is in a relationship. She didn't say anything when we were chatting before. I have to interrogate her. Don't tell others that I told you. Lu Qing also reminded her. The secret was spread because of people like Jiang Fei and me. I want to repent. On the other side, Jiang Fei said after chatting for a while, Cheng, old Cheng asked me to go out for a barbecue and a drink. Talk later. Cheng Chili was another good friend of Lu Cheng's in high school. They grew closer because they went to day school together. Go ahead. Help me punch him. If I don't contact him, he won't contact me. He never takes the initiative to talk. Lu Qing joked. His high school life was boring and depressing. But after a few months of college, he could feel the joy hidden in the hard work of studying. That was the most youthful period of his life. Yen Zhika chatted and interrogated while shopping. It was very tiring. After a long time, she replied to Lu Qing with a proud smile emoji, It's true. They've been together for 2 months. If you meet Du Liu, help me bully him if you have the chance. How dare he steal my dear girl who sits behind me without telling me. My class has a gathering before the end of the year. Lu Qing sent a smirk emoji that said, "Don't worry about me. My class has won too, but I can't go." Yenjika replied with a messy emoji. The two of them chatted happily. Lu Qing strolled around and read the content posted by his friends. Suddenly, he saw that Zhao Cheng changed his QQ nickname to Zay Scholar, and his signature changed to ********. Lu Qing was stunned and decided to pretend that he didn't see it. He checked the time on his phone and continued chatting with Yenjika. While waiting, he opened the browser and logged in to the official website of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament. He browsed the tournament report and the follow-up schedule. In the highlights of the competition, he saw his own figure. He struggled to get up and downloaded the video on his computer. As for the rest of the competition, because there were only 103 martial artists left, there would be one free pass in the 4th round of elimination tomorrow morning. There would be 51 battles in 5 arenas. In the afternoon, there would be 12 martial artists who were lucky enough to pass and directly participate in the group stage. The remaining 40 contestants would fight in pairs and enter the 5th round of elimination. 2 matches in one day. Even if I don't get a bye in the afternoon, my physical strength advantage will be maximized. If I don't meet a professional 9th pin fighter, it won't be a problem for me to enter the group stage. Now only the 4th round is left. Lu Qing thought. This wasn't a game. The consumption of physical strength was not only reflected in the attributes, but also led to the reduction of strength and speed. It was a comprehensive reduction of overall strength. The next day, Lu Qing got up at 5:30 as usual and did his daily training in a small park nearby. At 7:20, he returned to the hotel. He washed his sweat and tidied himself up. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Yenjika. Morning. Almost at the same time, Yenjika also sent a message. Morning. With tacit understanding and a smile, Lu Qing only felt that the beginning of the day was so beautiful. In the martial arts hall, Old Zheng and other spectators entered one by one and came to the big screen to look at today's match list. He subconsciously looked for Lu Cheng's number and name. Because there were only 51 fights, the corresponding content came into his view quickly. Him. This opponent is not easy to deal with. The service desk recommended him on the first day. Old Zheng took a deep breath. Chapter 46. For the first time since the beginning of January, the sky in Yanling had cleared up. The sun was shining on the earth, making people feel cheerful. Lu Qing hummed a song, wearing a down jacket and a Songqing University martial arts suit with white and black edges. He walked briskly into the stadium and came to the big screen, looking for his number and name. The 4th round of knockout would be the biggest test to determine whether he could advance to the group stage. He had gone through 3 tests and transformed bit by bit. He would be lying to himself if he said he didn't change his attitude toward the group stage. At the very beginning, the group stage matches were like a fleeting hope that was hard to reach. There was only a sliver of possibility. He had booked his accommodation until the end of the group stage just in case he was lucky enough to draw the weakest team and get a bye. Even God couldn't stop him if he had good luck. But now, he was only one door away from the group stage. He could reach it with his hand. The hope was so big that he couldn't help but start to imagine, to aspire, to be excited, and to worry about his gains and losses. Please don't draw a mighty one of professional 9th pin in the 4th round, Lu Qing prayed silently in his heart. His eyes were fixed on the number 656. Ring 1, round 6, number 656, Lu Qing, 18 years old, no rank. Number 18, Wu Shitong, 17 years old, amateur 2nd pin. Good luck. Lu Qing felt happy in his heart, but soon he came back to himself. Ring 1. Isn't this the central ring? It means that my match will be exposed to most of the audience. Even if there were no more than 2,000 people in the group stage and the top 16, hundreds of thousands of eyes would still make people tremble in fear. The focus of the crowd was always so beautiful and so difficult to digest. Lu Qing took a deep breath, a little nervous and a little excited. He unlocked the screen of his phone and was about to report the result of the draw to Yenjika. He saw that she sent a message 3 minutes ago with an emoji of putting her hands together. Not professional ninth pin, not professional ninth pin, not professional ninth pin. Lu Qing was amused, and his heart was filled with warmth and joy. He smiled and replied, I was wondering why I was so lucky today. It's because of your good luck. When I go back to school, I must treat you to a meal. This was called hitting a snake with a stick. He was trying to ask Yenjika out in private at the beginning of the next semester. Yenjika sent a drooling emoji. I won't hold back. Amateur second pin or amateur third pin? Seeing her reply, Lu Qing couldn't help but wave his fist and murmur, yes. After 2 tragedies where his routine couldn't keep up with the changes, he finally found a chance to ask Yenjika out. Sure enough, they still had to go through some things together for the topic to naturally evolve into eating or watching a movie. Amateur second pin, much better than I expected. Lu Qing replied with a laughing emoji. Yenjika replied with a proud emoji of pushing up her sunglasses. Not bad. My prayers weren't in vain. But you can't be careless. Those who can make it to the 4th round of the knockout game are no weaklings. Besides, you are at least of amateur second pin. Too many things have happened to you. Thank you for your advice, Coach Yen. Lu Qing replied with a smile. While chatting and laughing, he came to the front of the line. Before he opened his mouth, the girl at the service desk, Ling Ning, said with a smile, be careful of your opponent today. But I believe you can win. Her voice was slightly raised at the end, showing some liveliness. Be careful. This opponent is not simple. Lu Qing replied with a smile, what's so special about him? He is a lay disciple of Daxing Temple. Ling Ning said as she printed out Wu Shitong's detailed information and handed it to Lu Qing. A lay disciple of Daxing Temple. Lu Qing was stunned and unconsciously felt a little more dignified. He reached out and took the information. Daxing Temple was one of the 12 top-level forces, along with Shangqing Sect, Shushan Study, Yanzhao League, Weiyue Club, Longhu Club, and Xinghai Club. Daxing Temple was one of the 12 top-level forces, and it was at the level of the 3rd and 2nd. It had a long history and had obtained the true essence of Buddhism. It was not hard to imagine what its lay disciples were like. Wu Shitong, from Yanling, 17 years old, a lay disciple of Daxing Temple. Lu Qing read the information silently. It did not reveal what martial arts Wu Shitong was good at. But from his first round of elimination of amateur 7th pin, the second round of elimination of amateur 3rd pin, and the third round of elimination of amateur 2nd pin, it was obvious that he had a stable performance. And he was not an ordinary one of amateur 2nd pin. He took a deep breath, moved aside and sent the information to Yenjika. Yenjika replied with a dumbfounded emoji. He is a lay disciple of Daxing Temple. But why is he only of amateur 2nd pin? Amused by her last sentence, the heaviness in his heart dissipated a little. Maybe it's because I'm too young. Or maybe it's because I was unlucky in the ranking event. This was not a joke. The ranking event was a test of luck. Every year, the number of fighters of each level below professional 4th pin was fixed. Generally, it was 10% to 15% of the applicants. Then, according to this ratio, they would be divided into a certain number of groups. Within each group, they would fight against each other. The top 2 would enter the last round of elimination. If they were unlucky and were assigned to the strong group, they would encounter 2 fighters who happened to be a little stronger than them. Then, they could only watch the defeated fighters who were assigned to the weak group cheering and jumping for joy. Therefore, Lu Qing had begun to treat Wu Shitong as a real amateur 1st pin. Of course, it could not be ruled out that Wu Shitong had only participated in the ranking event once and had not been there again, so his current strength could not be estimated by rank. Yenjika sent an emoji of touching the head. Anyway, he is not at the professional level. You beat Jin Tao yesterday, so you have a chance to beat him today. If he is at the professional level, I will focus on participating. Lu Qing made a self-deprecating comment and replied with an emoji of patting the chest. Coach Yen, don't worry. After yesterday's battle, I am very confident and will not be afraid. Yenjika sent an emoji of so angry immediately. There are many kinds of martial arts in Daxing Temple. I don't know which style he is good at, so I can't target him. This was common knowledge in martial arts. Lu Qing knew it without searching. Daxing Temple had 9 unique skills, including Buddha's Great Light Scripture and Womb Realm and Vajra Realm. Among them, the Akalanatha body of wisdom of the Womb Realm derived from indestructible Vajra and Golden Bell Shield, the Wisdom Fist Seal derived from Vajra Realm derived from Vajra Fist and other Zen Kung Fu in Vajra Realm derived from Buddha's Elephant Throwing Skill, and the Vajra Seal derived from Great Steel Breaking Hand and Great Steel Throwing Hand. There were too many choices for lay disciples to choose from without seeing it with their own eyes. And my match highlights were replayed on the big screen today. Lu Qing sent a shivering emoji, which meant that his opponent knew what he was good at, but he knew nothing about his opponent's fighting style. Yenjika immediately replied without using an emoji, then check if there are any match highlights on the big screen. I'll look for them on the official website. After a while, when it was almost 9 o'clock, Yenjika sent an emoji of 2 blank eyes. There is no such kung fu in the competition highlights on the official website. Did he win too easily, or too simply and plain? Seeing that she was so devoted to helping him look for information, Lu Qing felt very sweet. This trip to Yenling not only changed his martial arts and mentality, but also made some good progress in his relationship with Yenjika. When he successfully involved her in his affairs, she would always accumulate investment, care, and concern little by little, and not just be limited to idle chatter. Of course, Casanova Kai Zongming once said that, feeling that she likes me, was the first of the 3 biggest illusions in life, so he couldn't be too blindly optimistic. There are no match highlights of Daxing Temple disciples on the big screen, replied Lu Qing. Forget it. I'll just take it as another kind of competition experience. In life, it's inevitable to meet an enemy that you don't know about while the opponent knows about you. This will be a good training for my on-the-spot judgment and performance. Thanks to the transformation in the past few days, he adjusted his mentality quickly and comforted Yenjika. Yenjika replied with a nodding emoji, yes, yes. But even if we don't know exactly what kind of martial arts Wu Shitong is good at, we can still classify the martial arts of Daxing Temple disciples and make some plans for different styles. The more prepared we are, the more relaxed we will be when we encounter him. Wise Coach Yen. Lu Qing praised sincerely. The two quickly started to collect information and discuss this issue. During the process, Lu Qing asked the girl at the service desk, but found that she didn't know what kind of martial arts Wu Shitong was good at. In the seats near the central ring, Lu Yinglong came to watch Lu Cheng's match again. He seemed to regard Lu Cheng as a continuation of his goal. Losing to the top 32 sounded better than losing to someone who didn't even make it through the knockout rounds. Sitting beside him were the disciples of Baiyuan Martial Arts School. They were all defeated in the 4th round. Wu Shitong is really something. Qin Jilin sighed. They were both from Yenling, but Wu Shitong was already an amateur second pin disciple of Daxing Temple at the age of 17. Lu Yinglong nodded. This is going to be a fierce battle. Not far from them, a strong teenager in a red and yellow Daxing Temple disciple uniform was staring at the big screen. After a while, he murmured, 24 blizzard strikes. When the 4th match began in the central ring, Lu Cheng had a preliminary classification of Daxing Temple's body refining and dance stage martial arts, and a corresponding plan. I have to calm down. Lu Cheng sent a waving hand emoji. Yenjika replied with a fist clenching and encouraging emoji, I've already lent you my wisdom and character. Then, she took the initiative to send a voice message. Lu Qing smiled and listened to it. A familiar voice came into his ears. "Go ahead, young man. Go for victory." Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. His anxiety disappeared and he saved the voice message. The third cheer was not as surprising as the first two, but it was more tacit and warm, just like how he felt every time he came home, plain and meaningful. He put away his phone, stood up, and walked to the central ring where hundreds of thousands of spectators were watching. His fighting spirit was rolling in his heart. So what if you are a Daxing Temple disciple? Chapter 47. Calming his mind and qi, Lu Qing observed himself with the help of the Jindan. He wriggled his muscles and adjusted his state of mind. He forgot everything except the competition and focused all his attention and spirit on the competition. Unconsciously, he heard the announcement from the referee in the center of the ring. Round 5, Yi Yaoting wins. The fourth and fifth matches were over. Lu Qing opened his eyes, which were as dark as a deep pool. He walked to the center of the ring and stepped on the familiar yet strange stone stairs. He used to envy the leading members of the martial arts club who could walk on this glorious path. Now he finally had a chance to try it. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He finished the stairs and stepped into the ring, standing on the right side of the referee. During this process, he was keenly aware that there were hundreds of pairs of eyes staring at him. He also heard the sparse applause and cheers. Although it was far less enthusiastic than the black mass of heads and tsunami-like cheers in the Songqing University Martial Arts Stadium, those belonged to Lin Ke and Qin Zhanghua, and this belonged to him. At eye level, Lu Qing saw Wu Shitong, a disciple of Daxing Temple. He was wearing a red and yellow martial arts suit with a lotus pattern on the cuffs. He had a strong body and a medium height. He had a light beard, but it didn't show his maturity. Instead, it showed his childishness. He's still a 17-year-old boy. As soon as this thought appeared in Lu Cheng's mind, the last bit of fear he had for Wu Shitong melted like snow under the sun. He looked up and saw the big screen diagonally above him. It showed his confrontation with Wu Shitong and a line of bright words. Disciple of Daxing Temple vs Mysterious Master. Buddhist Zen Kung Fu vs Unique Skill of the Ice Sect. In the stands, Zheng and the other spectators adjusted their sitting positions and looked forward to the start of the competition. Looking at the words on the big screen, they felt a little excited. Martial arts was the ultimate of one's physical body. It ignited the yearning and worship for the strong left in the hearts of human beings since the primitive society. Have any of you watched the Daxing Temple Disciples competition? What is he good at? Zheng asked subconsciously. On the first day, he went to watch one of Wu Shitong's fights according to the recommendation, but the whole process was not interesting. He only vaguely remembered that Wu Shitong's palm technique was firm and did not give his opponent any chance. Old Zheng's companions looked at each other and shook their heads blankly. We were working before. If it weren't for your strong recommendation, how could we have used up our leave in advance? Old Zheng didn't say anything else. He didn't know why, but his heart tightened and he became more worried about Lu Qing. Lu Yinglong looked at the big screen and asked as if he was talking to himself, which one of you watched Wu Shitong's match before? I watched a match. He used the Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Breaking Hand. He was quite powerful. Qin Jilin recalled. Looks like he's walking the path of a fierce exorcist. Lu Yinglong nodded. His gaze returned to the arena, and he didn't say anything else as he waited for the fierce battle to begin. In the nearby stands, a young man with a crew cut glanced at the big screen and made a sound of surprise. Master, that's the student from our hotel. He's really here to participate in the competition. He was wearing a dark cyan martial arts suit with mountain-shaped patterns on the cuffs and collar. The old man with big earlobes laughed. I'm old. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's already in the 4th round, so he's not weak. The crew-cut young man clasped his hands with a faint iron color. He seems to know the unique skills of the ice sect. No wonder. The old man suddenly understood. Little Yi, watch carefully. Maybe you'll meet him in the next match. Although you're already a professional ninth pin, you can't underestimate this kind of outstanding amateur fighter. Yes. The crew-cut young man nodded hard. Suddenly, he said with some depression, Master, I'll definitely make it to the top 4. You've helped me a lot for my father's illness. The old man smiled. A teacher for a day is a father for life. This is not only for the disciple, but also for the master. Don't say any more. Do your best. Your 2 junior sisters are still waiting for you to treat them. Okay. The crew-cut young man subconsciously clenched his fists and looked at the arena. Because of the eye-catching slogan, all the spectators turned their eyes to the center arena. For a moment, Lu Qing felt exposed under the spotlight. They brought pressure, but they also brought happiness. At this moment, Wu Shitong opened his mouth and said with a smile, I've seen the highlights of your previous matches. The 24 blizzard strikes is nothing more than this. It was the first time that Lu Cheng was provoked during a conversation. Anger rose in his heart. Nothing more than this. Nothing more than this. I can beat you. But he quickly calmed down as he was meditating on the condensation stance. He told himself not to be affected by words. He didn't want to be influenced by emotions during the match and make mistakes. In a martial arts battle, emotional and spiritual factors were also very important. The confrontation at the spiritual level was something that was inevitable when one stepped into the higher ranks. After calming down, Lu Cheng said with a slight smile, I've watched a lot of matches these days and have some impression of you. Since you're a disciple of Daxing Temple, you seem to be more in line with the requirements of Zen Kung Fu by maintaining a humble and compassionate attitude. He told a lie, implying that he had watched Wu Shitong's matches and knew his martial arts. Wu Shitong was stunned. A trace of panic flashed across his face, and then he went back to normal without any ripples. Buddha also has fire. Besides compassion, there is also Vajra subduing demons. Lu Qing didn't respond. He just kept a mysterious smile, as if to say, I've seen through you. This was the most superficial confrontation of the mind, which was also encountered in daily life. Wu Shitong also closed his mouth and adjusted his breathing. The rest of the time ticked away, creating more and more pressure. The referee raised his hand, looked left and right, and then suddenly waved it down, start. As soon as he finished his words, Lu Qing moved quickly toward Wu Shitong, swaying his center of gravity. In the stands, the spectators applauded and cheered for the first attack of the match. Wu Shitong's expression became more dignified. It seemed that he couldn't determine Lu Cheng's real direction, so he lowered his waist and put on a stable defensive posture. Lu Cheng suddenly changed his center of gravity and went to the right side of Wu Shitong. His left palm was as fast as the wind, with bursts of coldness, but there was no sound of air breaking. In his mind, there was a picture of the cold before the heavy snow. The second move of 24 blizzard strikes, chilling to the bone. Faced with this extraordinarily fast palm, Wu Shitong didn't panic at all. He lifted his elbow and blocked Lu Cheng's slap just in time. Bam! Lu Cheng withdrew his palm as soon as it touched Wu Shitong. He only spat out half of his strength, and then he chose to stop. Borrowing some strength, he pulled his body to the front of Wu Shitong. Just as he moved away from his original position, a crisp sound burst out. Wu Shitong made a whip kick to where he was, but it fell into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Cheng hit Wu Shitong's neck with a fast palm with full strength. He always kept some strength to guard against the unknown moves of unknown opponents. This attack was mainly to test his strength. Just as Wu Shitong's whip kick returned, Lu Cheng's right palm had already arrived. He took a deep breath and pushed his palms forward without accumulating strength. However, his momentum was still astonishing, almost enough to break a stone. Lu Qing felt the firm and mighty power as soon as he made contact with Wu Shitong's palm. He also felt the changes in Wu Shitong's muscles through his pores. Adjusting his body and changing his center of gravity, Lu Qing quickly borrowed some strength and dodged to the side. Using his footwork, his palms and low kicks crisscrossed to attack, gradually weaving a soft and dense net of attacks. Each wave was faster than the previous one, and each wave was higher than the previous one, making the enemy breathless. During this process, Lu Qing still kept some strength to deal with unexpected changes. Gradually, he had a preliminary judgment of Wu Shitong's martial arts. His opponent mainly used strong and fierce palms, so he should have combined the strengths of Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Breaking Hand. If he was hit on the torso or the head, he probably wouldn't be able to continue the fight. Correspondingly, Wu Shitong's footwork belonged to the strong and fierce type, which was short of flexibility and guerrilla fighting. Lu Cheng's attack with the momentum of chilling to the bone was just enough to restrain him. If he were to meet Lu Yinglong, a full-arm boxing expert, he would be in an even more sorry state. As this thought flashed through his mind, he visualized the brutal blizzard in his mind and infused ferocity and madness into his chilling bone. His heart lake, as cold as a mirror, constantly listened to his opponent's changes and borrowed his strength. Each punch was heavier than the previous one, and each kick was faster than the previous one. Very soon, Wu Shitong's disadvantage in terms of strength was erased. Wu Shitong was no longer able to fight back. In the stands, there was another burst of applause and cheers for Lu Cheng's storm-like attack. Several times, Wu Shitong wanted to use the explosive moves of Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Breaking Hand to get out of trouble. However, Lu Qing, who had fought fiercely with Invincible Punch yesterday, had the corresponding experience, so he didn't give in. Instead, he used Lightning and Fire stance to push the momentum of Mega Avalanche and blocked the attacks head-on. Lu Yinglong slightly frowned and whispered to his junior brother Qin Jilin, "Wu Shitong is not as strong as we thought. Does he really have the strength of Second Pin? It should be because of the restraint of his fighting style. Those two palms are not easy to deal with." Qin Jilin pondered. In the heat of the battle, Lu Qing shook his right hand and thrust out his fist like a spear. With a crisp sound, it hit Wu Shitong's hurried left arm. Bam! With a muffled sound, Wu Shitong's left arm was shaken and bounced back by the tremendous force, leaving a large gap in front of his chest. Lu Qing didn't let him go. He borrowed strength again and threw out his left fist like a dragon, drilling into Wu Shitong's chest. Puff! Wu Shitong's chest was hit, but Lu Qing didn't feel like he had hit flesh and blood. Instead, he felt like he had hit a piece of hardwood, making a strange sound. Lu Cheng's expression changed slightly. He was about to retreat, but his wrist was caught by a hand with a faint golden glow. Golden Bell Cover. Wu Shitong's fundamental skill was the Golden Bell Cover. He used the conversation time to provoke Lu Qing, the initial passivity, and the Grand Steel Breaking Hand and Grand Steel Throwing Hand at critical moments to tell Lu Qing a story that was close to the truth. It was a story about a disciple of Daxing Temple who was good at palms. Lu Qing gradually lost his intention to test Lu Cheng's strength and began to attack wildly to suppress him. But at the end of the story, everything was reversed. In Lu Cheng's sight, Wu Shitong slightly raised the corner of his mouth and revealed a smile. The childishness on his face completely disappeared, as if he was saying, "So what if you have seen my previous matches? They haven't forced me to use my Golden Bell Cover." His right hand firmly grasped Lu Cheng's left wrist. P.S. A thought suddenly came to my mind. Is it because all the fake monks who use the Golden Bell Cover love to tell stories? As usual, I will update in advance on Monday. Chapter 48. Lu Qing felt as if his wrist was tightly gripped by an iron clamp and his bones were in pain. His eyes reflected Wu Shitong's confident smile. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a little panicked. In a split second, he was sure of one thing. That was, Wu Shitong was not good at dealing with guerrilla attacks and was easily restrained by Lu Cheng's chilling to the bone momentum and the full-arm boxing style. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an amateur second-pin fighter. Therefore, Lu Cheng deliberately and patiently baited him with a good story. When Lu Cheng fell into the trap of the story and his wrist was gripped by Lu Cheng, all his disadvantages disappeared. He didn't have to worry about being hit in the Achilles heel or being hit in the same place, which would break his defense. The story would enter the field of ferocity that Lu Cheng was best at. Moreover, Lu Cheng had the great advantage of gripping Lu Cheng's wrist. The result of such a close-range head-on fight was imaginable. This was the most difficult situation Lu Cheng had ever encountered. Would this be his last scene in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament? In the stands, when Lu Cheng's punch failed and his wrist was gripped by Wu Shitong, Lao Zheng and the other spectators felt their scalps go numb. They stood up instinctively to see more clearly and involuntarily screamed. The sudden turn of events made Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin and other disciples of Baiyuan martial arts school dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Lu Cheng, who had just gained the upper hand, fell into the most dangerous situation in the blink of an eye. When his left hand was gripped, when his fighting range was limited to a small area in front of Wu Shitong, when his opponent was good at golden bell cover, grand steel breaking hand and grand steel throwing hand, the result was foreseeable. The short-haired young man, whose hands glowed with a faint iron color, blurted out, "Golden bell cover." Screams and shouts echoed in the martial arts stadium. Rode to the arena, who had just won the match, was about to watch some matches with Jin Tao, the invincible punch, when he was attracted by the unusual noise. He looked at the stands and then fixed his eyes on a big screen. Lu Cheng. Both Invincible Punch and Road to the Arena had a deep impression of this fighter. Now that he was in a desperate situation, they couldn't help but pay attention to him. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. Some were panic, some were fear, and some were instinctively struggling. Lu Cheng shook his left hand in an attempt to break free from Wu Shitong's grip. However, Wu Shitong's fingers were as hard as iron. Lu Cheng felt a sharp pain in his wrist as he tried to break free from Wu Shitong's grip. He was only able to break free from Wu Shitong's grasp by about half an arm's length, the length of Wu Shitong's right arm. The Jindan in his lower abdomen was like a nebula, but it didn't change at all. If it weren't for the condensation stance, Lu Cheng would have been so flustered that he would have lost the ability to think, and had to rely on his subconscious to resist. At this moment, the rippling lake in his heart suddenly reflected the general picture of Wu Shitong's muscles. This was heard through the contact between the pores and the skin of the wrist that was grabbed. The muscles of Wu Shitong's right arm were pulled a little. The force came from his waist and was transferred to his right leg. Lu Cheng was sensitive enough to notice it. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't have time to think about it. In his mind, he visualized a silvery white lightning falling from the sky and setting off a prairie fire. Pa! The hot current surged as Lu Cheng kicked out his right foot with explosive force. Just as he was about to move, Wu Shitong's right leg swung out with a whistling sound like a strong whip, making a crisp sound. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Cheng kicked it in the side with a dull thud. Everything seemed to have been planned. His right arm pulled back, as if he was gathering strength for his left hand. Lu Cheng heard the movement again and instinctively made a judgment. He lowered his waist and sat in his crotch, pushing out his right palm like a cold wind, fast and silent. Bam! When his right palm was halfway there, his opponent's left hand slapped out with a momentum that could break stones. However, Wu Shitong seemed to be cooperating with Lu Cheng. His wrist hit Lu Cheng's right palm, and the force was neutralized. The audience was at a loss. They only felt that Lu Cheng was extremely lucky. Twice in a panic, he made a move in advance and blocked Wu Shitong's fatal attack. Beside the short-haired young man with pale iron-colored hands, an old man with big earlobes praised, "Good." After that, he turned to the short-haired young man and said, "Little Yi, his listening skill is much better than yours." Listening skill. The short-haired young man seemed to understand something. By the time he understood, Lu Qing had completely calmed down after 2 successful blocks. His heart was like an ice mirror, reflecting the signs of Wu Shitong's every move through their contact. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Being caught by the wrist may not be a bad thing. My left hand can't move, so can your right hand. Furthermore, I can predict your attacks through this kind of contact. It's still unknown who will win. That's right. Without the profound level of meditation and the strength of the condensation stance and the 24 blizzard strikes, it's impossible to have such a level of listening skill. Wu Shitong overreached himself. The old man explained to the short-haired young man with a smile. While the old man was talking, Wu Shitong also felt that the development of the situation was out of his expectations. His opponent seemed to have the help of God, seeing through his every move. He didn't want to give up the advantage of grabbing one of Lu Cheng's hands. He made up his mind and twisted his right hand, intending to break Lu Cheng's wrist. Even if he couldn't succeed, he would make Lu Cheng lose focus with pain. When Wu Shitong's right hand moved, Lu Cheng sensed it. His body followed the direction of the twisting to one side, neutralizing most of the momentum and borrowing some strength. With his body half lying in the air, Lu Cheng kicked his right leg high, like a soft whip, aiming at Wu Shitong's left temple. In the body refining and danqi stage, this was the Achilles heel of all hard skills. According to the information collected by Yan Zhika, Golden Bell cover was also an example. Wu Shitong didn't dare to be careless. He lowered his waist and raised his left elbow to his ear, blocking Lu Cheng's kick with a bang. While he was about to counterattack, Lu Cheng pulled back his left arm. With the help of Wu Shitong's subconscious pulling force, Lu Cheng adjusted his center of gravity and regained his balance. Then he moved forward and closed the distance between them. With the help of the borrowed force, he raised his left knee and hit Wu Shitong's crotch hard. I don't believe you can reach this level with your current level of thwart training. Wu Shitong's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to kick back, so he could only step forward with his right foot and block Lu Cheng's fatal hit with his thigh. After the rebound, Lu Cheng adjusted his center of gravity and borrowed strength. In his mind, the ancient snow mountain suddenly collapsed. Rolling white streams poured down with the momentum to engulf everything, turning into a fist and hitting Wu Shitong's temple again. 24 blizzard strikes, mega avalanche. Wu Shitong hurriedly raised his left arm and raised it to his temple. Bam! His left arm was shaken by Lu Cheng's hit. After several times of borrowing strength, the power of both sides was reversed again, and Wu Shitong changed his move in a hurry. In the stands, Lu Yinglong, Qin Jilin, and other disciples of the martial arts club were speechless, let alone Lao Zheng, the young couple, and other spectators. They were silent and confused. They didn't understand how Lu Cheng, who was in a desperate situation, could gain the upper hand and suppress Wu Shitong. This change was beyond their understanding of martial arts. Wonderful. Road to the arena, and Invincible Punch, clapped subconsciously. The battle of listening skill was thrilling. 24 blizzard strikes was indeed a martial art based on listening skill. The more one fought, the fiercer and crazier it became. To achieve this level of listening skill, Lu Cheng's meditation skill was much better than expected. Otherwise, the Daxing Temple disciple would never give him such a chance. After the block, Lu Cheng used the rebounding force to pull back his left arm. Under Wu Shitong's tight grip, Lu Cheng used the strength to gain the upper hand and the pain in his wrist to make his enemy lose his center of gravity and stumble forward. While Wu Shitong was stumbling, Lu Cheng took a step forward and pushed his left hand in the direction of Wu Shitong. His right fist carried the momentum of an avalanche and hit Wu Shitong's temple again. Wu Shitong hadn't recovered his center of gravity, so he couldn't exert force. He could only defend and hurriedly raised his arm to protect his vital parts. In Lu Cheng's mind, the momentum of the avalanche reached its peak. Hundreds of thousands of tons of snow fell down, covering the vast expanse of white. Bam! His punch made Wu Shitong's arm rebound and hit his temple. Bam! In an instant, Wu Shitong felt as if there was a golden drum in his head and his ears were buzzing. His vision was slightly blurred and he couldn't help but loosen his right hand. Lu Qing grabbed Wu Shitong's arm with his left hand and turned his body. He used all his strength to throw Wu Shitong to the ground. Thump! Wu Shitong's strong body was thrown to the ground, and he was dizzy. Lu Qing didn't want to let him go. He took a step forward, lifted his toes, and hovered beside Wu Shitong's temple, ready to strike. Round 6, Lu Qing wins. The referee took a look and announced loudly. Good. Good fight. At this moment, most of the spectators in the stands came to their senses and realized that Lu Qing had turned the situation around with an incredible performance. They couldn't help but cheer for this thrilling game with twists and turns. They cheered for Lu Qing, who was so strong that it made people yearn for him. The cheers were unusually warm. Lu Qing had mixed feelings. This was an honor that only belonged to him. When his left hand was caught, he thought he was going to lose. He didn't expect that his listening skill could play such a big role. Only in a small space can you show your ability. And in a battle, calmness is so important. This is the biggest reward of today. He put down his right foot and reached out his hand to pull Wu Shitong up. He smiled and said, "You let me win." Lu Qing wanted to brag and say, "You did a good job to put me in a desperate situation for a short time." But he thought it was better to be humble. The cheers and applause continued. Wu Shitong took a deep look at Lu Qing. "I didn't expect that I couldn't beat you even when I used all my strength." After that, he walked to the stairs and left Lu Qing with a lonely back. Lu Qing won the 4th round of elimination. P.S. This chapter should be published earlier. If I wait until the evening, there will be a lot of people cursing me. Okay, I've finished the 2 chapters for today. Please recommend me. Chapter 49. With Wu Shitong's departure, the central ring seemed to have become a kingdom that belonged only to Lu Qing, letting him receive the cheers and applause alone. The blue stones under his feet reflected the sunlight from the transparent dome and seemed to be dyed with a layer of golden light. Lu Qing was a little uneasy. He followed the example of the 5 physical invulnerability mighty ones in the title match and bowed to the 4 sides, which made more enthusiastic applause and cheers. He took a deep breath, turned around and walked to the edge. He took back his coat, mobile phone and personal belongings from the competition supervisor and left along the stone steps. At this moment, his eyes suddenly froze. He saw Yi Yaoting in pink and white martial arts suits standing near the ring, Bai Song who showed extraordinary performance in the previous match, and several professional 9th pin mighty ones he remembered in the past few days. In the stands further away, he also saw Wang Yi, who stayed in the same hotel and was famous in the ring with Iron Palm. Their postures were different, but their eyes were all focused on him. In an instant, Lu Qing felt a subtle sense of achievement and lingering joy, as if his body was electrified. Did the professional 9th pin mighty ones start to pay attention to his match? Clap clap clap. Yi Yaoting calmly faced Lu Qing's gaze and applauded, indicating that he fought well. Beside her, Bai Song and the other professional 9th pin mighty ones nodded slightly and indicated. This was the recognition of the mighty ones. They recognized that Lu Qing was close to their level. Lu Qing nodded to each of them and walked to the more remote stands. He wanted to share the joy of winning and being recognized with Yan Zhika first. He walked up the stairs and looked for an empty seat. Suddenly, he heard a call, "Lu Qing." "Who? Which acquaintance?" Lu Qing was shocked and stunned. He looked over blankly, but only saw a strange face. This strange face belonged to a young man. He gave a thumbs up and shouted to Lu Qing, "You fought well." The audience next to him also shouted, "Good job, young man." Good, good, this is the most exciting match in the past few days." Looking at these unfamiliar faces smiling at him, calling his name with familiarity, and praising his performance, 2 lines from a poem suddenly appeared in his mind. Don't worry about not knowing a bosom friend on the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know you? In a strange city, thousands of miles away from home, he felt the warmth and joy of returning home. They overflowed bit by bit and echoed in his heart. The sense of accomplishment was much stronger than before. No wonder the Dragon King once said that once you've tasted the joy of victory, you'll never want to experience failure again. The thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind as he nodded in response. He quickly hid in a corner of the stands with the shyness of a newlywed getting into a sedan chair. He unlocked his phone and logged into QQ. He had intended to tease Yan Zhika with a dejected look, but the joy in his heart made him unable to restrain himself. He directly sent an emoji of laughing with arms akimbo. I didn't let the organization down. Yan Zhika quickly replied with an emoji of a monkey beating its chest complacently. Not bad, not bad. But I have a question. Who is the organization? The name of the organization is Yan Zhika. Fortunately, you lent me your wisdom and character. I almost lost. Lu Cheng replied with an emoji of a naughty smile. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of a fist clenching and cheering. It's good that you know. Was the competition thrilling? She was very interested in Lu Cheng's martial arts competition. This made Lu Cheng involuntarily recall the words of the Casanova, Kai Xiaoming. When chatting with a girl, it was necessary to cater to her interests. Fortunately, he and Yan Zhika had the greatest common interest in martial arts. Although Wu Shitong is 1 year younger than us, he is very shrewd. He took advantage of the fact that I didn't know much about his martial arts and deliberately pretended that he only knew the Grand Steel Smashing Hand and Grand Steel Opening Hand. He kept it up for a long time. Even though I was in a passive position, I gradually lost my vigilance. When I seized an opportunity and hit his chest, I found that his basic martial arts was the Golden Bell Shield. He took advantage of this well-planned trap and caught my wrist. Lu Cheng briefly described the scene that was still fresh in his memory. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of a shocked monkey and said, "You scared me to death. If I didn't know that you had one, I would never have thought that you could make a comeback in this situation." The girl's surprise multiplied Lu Cheng's sense of achievement. Fortunately, I'm good at meditation and have mastered the condensation stance. After he grabbed my wrist, I was able to hear him more clearly through the contact. I was always able to predict his movements and block or attack his weak points in advance. Gradually, I gained the upper hand. Your listening skill is so strong. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of a shocked onion head. But before Lu Cheng replied, she said, I just checked the official website. There is a video of your competition on it. Let me watch it first and then we can talk later. The exciting competition in the central ring would undoubtedly be valued by the organizer. Haha, remember to save it after you watch it. Send it to me when I go back to the hotel. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. He looked at the central ring and began to watch the next match. He observed and analyzed the moves of both sides and simulated his own responses. After a while, he received a QQ message from Yan Zhika. She sent an emoji of a cute face that kept eating snacks. Even though I heard you say it first, I was still so nervous when I watched it. Fortunately, you are good at listening skill. Otherwise, I would have lost for sure. Cheng, you have become so strong all of a sudden. At the end of the listening skill hand-to-hand battle, I felt that you were not worse than my cousin in this aspect. The listening skill mainly depends on the degree of meditation and the condensation stance. I have talent in this aspect. Coach sure said you have it too. Lu Cheng took the opportunity to praise her indirectly. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of a nodding head. I heard that when the condensation stance and meditation are mastered, it is one of the unique skills of the Ice sect, the enemy heart freezing move. It can effectively resist negative emotions, reflect the movements of the surroundings and analyze the flaws of the opponent's moves. You speak so casually. Did you just search for it? Lu Qing sent an emoji of a snicker. Yenjika replied with a shocked emoji, don't expose me. They talked and laughed for a while. Yenjika sent an emoji of a laughing face covering its mouth. I'm going out. Going out for dinner. Lu Qing planned to watch the last match of the Central Ring before leaving the martial arts arena to fill his stomach and wait for the fifth and final round of the knockout match in the afternoon. No, I'm going back to the ancestral home to accompany my grandma to get rice cakes. She always thinks that the ones sold outside are better than those at home, so we'll eat something on the way. Yenjika sent an emoji of a monkey wagging its tail and acting cute. Get rice cakes. Lu Qing replied with an emoji of dizzy eyes. He had only seen rice cakes in supermarkets and restaurants outside occasionally. It's a New Year custom in many places here. It's not in Shoshan. I know you don't know. Yenjika sent an emoji of a monkey. Lu Qing sent an emoji of a blushing face. The New Year custom in Shoshan is to make glutinous rice cakes and bacon sausages. By the way, you seem to have used a new emoji pack today. Hee hee, every time I see a cute or funny emoji, I download or save it. I feel like I'm cute when I use it. Yenjika replied with an emoji of a monkey clapping its hands and laughing. They chatted casually. After watching the match, Lu Qing went to a nearby restaurant to eat a cheap meal. Then he returned to the martial arts arena and waited for the match list of the fifth knockout match to come out at 1:30 p.m. I have to practice martial arts in the afternoon, so I won't know the result of your match immediately. Yenjika sent a pitiful emoji. Don't worry. There are 2 matches today. With my endurance, as long as I don't meet a professional 9th pin fighter, I'll definitely win. Lu Qing boasted. Yenjika replied with an emoji of a laughing face. But my intuition tells me that you may not get a bye this round. When it comes to the group stage, the match time can be arranged today, right? I can set the time of the martial arts practice in advance in the morning or in the afternoon. Then I won't say anything more. I don't want my bad character to affect your prediction. Lu Qing found an excuse for Yenjika's failure. Time passed by. At 1:30 p.m., a new match list rolled out on the big screen. It started at 2:30 p.m. and ended at 5 p.m. This time there were 3 rings. Lu Qing looked for his name and number and waited until he reached the end of the list. Number 656 Lu Qing, a bye this round, a bye this round? Lu Qing stood up in surprise. He immediately took a picture of Yenjika and sent it to her. Thank you, Fairy Yen, for being so straight and honest. I've entered the group stage. Yenjika replied with an emoji of a monkey setting off firecrackers. Say it. How can you repay me? Devote myself to you. Lu Qing replied silently. He sent an emoji of a red face and a smile. I owe you a meal before. It doesn't seem sincere to treat you to another meal. That's right. Yenjika sent an emoji of a little monster nodding its head. Lu Qing thanked God, Earth, and Fate for giving him this chance. He immediately typed on the screen keyboard and said, how about I treat you to a tour of Songcheng and look for local delicacies? Do you have time? I still have special training next semester. Yenjika sent an emoji of a question mark above its head. Lu Qing sensed her hesitation and deliberately changed the topic. Let's set it like this first. We'll see when the time comes. How about I show more sincerity and bring you Shoshan delicacies when school starts? You don't want to go back during the winter vacation. You must miss it a lot, right? Yes, yes. I miss it so much. I want to eat all over the city during the summer vacation. Yenjika sent an emoji with shining eyes and then added a sighing emoji. But I want to eat the braised quail eggs next to Xinhua bookstore, the grilled eggplant of Old Lu barbecue, the steamed beef pancake at the back door of the school, the glutinous rice cake of Wang family rice noodles. I can't bring these. Lu Cheng looked at her with a smile and changed the topic again. He silently recorded all the delicacies Yan Zhika mentioned in his phone memo. When it was almost 2:00, Yan Zhika went to the martial arts field of the ancestral house to practice martial arts. Lu Cheng had drawn a bai, so he relaxed and wandered around the field with his hands in his hands. He watched the competition in a leisurely manner and recorded some highlights from time to time, planning to share them with Yan Zhika in the evening. During the break, he occasionally reviewed what had happened in the past few days. He felt like he was in a dream. It was much better than what he had expected before he left. I really made it to the group stage. Chapter 50. Lu Cheng wanted to call his master to tell him the good news and report his progress in martial arts. But after thinking about it, he decided to wait until all his matches were over. At that time, he could ask his master for advice with the lessons he had learned. While watching the matches, he was still like a sponge, eagerly absorbing the essence of other people's martial arts and fighting experience. At the same time, he was leisurely browsing the forum during the conversation and rest time. In the live broadcast post on the Longhu Club forum, Invincible Punch posted a link to the video of Lu Cheng's match in the morning. With a long sigh emoji, he said, "I feel more and more like I don't understand him. The listening skill he displayed today is simply beyond my reach." Lu Cheng felt another wave of sour satisfaction. He scrolled down to read other replies. For a low-level competition like the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, once there were no forum members acting as bait, no one would be interested or have the energy to pay attention to it. The link to the video had been posted for more than 3 hours, and only a few people had seen it and made comments. Most of them just casually added water, changed the topic, or made fun of the invincible punch that had been exposed. A plumber eating mushroom was one of the forum members who rarely watched the video seriously. He replied, "His listening skill is really good. I've seen many professional ninth pin fighters. Only 1 or 2 of the direct disciples of the big sects can reach this level. If he can make up for his shortcomings, he'll definitely pass the ranking event and enter the ranks of professional ninth pin in at most 1 year, at least half a year. Thanks for the compliment." Lu Cheng tried hard not to smile. Songqing University Martial Arts Club's match is worth looking forward to. It's just that there are 2 big mountains in their division, Shanbei and Sanjiang. Unless these 2 martial arts clubs meet in advance, they have no hope of entering the national competition. Unparalleled Dragon King also agreed. Pig Riding Knight, the moderator of the forum, also commented, "Hehe, maybe we've seen the first appearance of a future mighty one with physical invulnerability." Brahman, who had just finished her exams and was on holiday, replied with a starry-eyed emoji, "That was so cool. I'm even hesitating whether to ask Uncle Arena for an autograph. Maybe what Uncle Pig Riding Knight said is true. This first autograph will have a special meaning in the future." "Don't. I can't bring myself to do that. Besides, it's not that easy to achieve physical invulnerability." Peng Liyun and Renli both stepped into the Danqi state when they were 18 years old, which is a professional 8th pin. Not to mention the monk from Daxing Temple who is said to be the reincarnation of the living Buddha. Road to the Arena dispelled Brahman's delusion without hesitation. Peng Liyun. Renli. Lu Cheng had heard and seen these 2 names over and over again since he started participating in the university martial arts competition. It was a pity that Songqing University Martial Arts Club was defeated by Su Wanyan this year, so he didn't have the chance to see Peng Liyun's skills in person. After reading the replies, Lu Cheng continued to focus on the match. By the 5th round, strong opponents could be seen everywhere. There were even 4 professional 9th pin experts who met each other before the group stage. Sparks flew in all directions, which was very satisfying for the spectators. Lu Qing also learned a lot from this. His mind was full of their fighting scenes, and his heart was full of blood. He couldn't wait to find a secluded place to practice his martial arts. Unfortunately, after this round, there would be a group stage drawing ceremony and corresponding activities. The players who had the bye couldn't leave, so he had to hold back his temper and continue to watch and learn from others. In the end, Lu Qing also watched the match of Road to the Arena. He and the fighter of amateur first pin were locked in a fight and won by the explosive move of Wuthering 8 movements. However, it could be found that the unfamiliarity of Road to the Arena had disappeared, and the force was no longer awkward. He had recovered to 70% or 80% of his peak level. The only problem was that his physical strength was still there, which was exposed after 2 matches in one day. Otherwise, the later part of the battle would not have been so anxious. At about 4:50, the 5th round of matches came to an end. The top 32 fighters of this year's Warrior Sage Challenge tournament were all determined. They were the most outstanding 32 fighters among the 800 or 900 contestants, and Lu Qing was among them. The less than 5% ratio made Lu Qing feel very proud. Although he had the luck of a bye and the endurance provided by the Jin Dan, what was more important was that he had improved his martial arts step by step. It was a rebirth of his mentality and strength. The staff was busy setting up the central arena, setting up a table and several lottery boxes. They invited the host and singers and dancers to liven up the atmosphere. After a while, the host invited the guests to draw lots. There were 3 of them in total. One was the mayor of Yanling, one was the president of Yanling Martial Arts Association, who used to be a professional 4th pin Mighty One, and one was Lu Zunyu, the chairman of Yanyu Group, the organizer of this competition. He was an outer sect disciple of the top force Kongtong school, and also a martial arts fanatic. Most of his industries were inextricably linked with Kongtong school, spanning the fields of medicine, security, real estate and so on. According to the rules of the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament, first of all, the 8 seeded fighters would be determined according to the comprehensive evaluation of their ranks and performances in previous matches. This was to prevent the strongest fighters from fighting in advance and overshadowing the rest of the top 16, top 8 and top 4 matches. Without much doubt, Huang Zhenzhong and Jiang Lan, 2 masters of professional 8th pin in the Danqi realm, along with Yi Yaoding, Bai Song, Wang Yi and other outstanding fighters of professional 9th pin, became the seeded players. The audience applauded to show their approval. Then, the mayor began to draw lots. He first drew people, then groups, to determine which group they would be in. Huang Zhenzhong, the 2nd group, Jiang Lan, the 5th group, Yi Yaoding, the 3rd group, Bai Song, the 8th group, Wang Yi, the 4th group, Li Xiaoyuan, the 6th group. As the names were announced one by one, the big screens began to roll the highlights of the 8 fighters' matches, so that the audience could quickly understand and increase their interest. Lu Qing couldn't take his eyes off her and gasped in amazement. He even recorded some of the highlights with his mobile phone. After a passionate song and dance, the president of Yanling Martial Arts Association came to the drawing box with the names of the remaining professional 9th pin fighters. He also drew lots first, then groups. There were only 6 professional 9th pin fighters left. That was to say, there would be 2 weak groups, and the amateur fighters could compete for the top 16 places. Lu Qing didn't care about it. He leisurely and calmly listened to the announcements of the president of Yanling Martial Arts Association one by one. Gu Jiajie, the 3rd group, Qi Fei, the 6th group, Zhou Yuaning, the 4th group. As the remaining 6 fighters of professional 9th pin were drawn, the 1st group and the 7th group became the weak group. Every amateur fighter was praying that they could draw the best lot. Lu Qing was also a little nervous. He didn't expect to be in the top 16 and get the prize money. But now that he was in the group stage, how could he not dream? Maybe he would get lucky. The African, Black Hand, and the European, White Hand, were different. That 5,000 renminbi reward was too tempting for him. He was like a beggar who had been starving for days smelling the aroma of meat. His eyes shone with a green light. Although he still had his personal savings, this 5,000 renminbi would be used as a dating fund in case of emergency. The president of Yenling Martial Arts Association drew 2 fighters from the last drawing box. One of them was of amateur first pin, and the other was of amateur second pin. They entered the first and the 7th group respectively. When the result came out, Lu Qing even heard people cheering in a low voice nearby. He was a little disappointed. Then there was another song and dance for the audience to enjoy the highlights of the second group of 8 fighters. Lu Qing watched carefully, thinking that they were likely to be his opponents. The last round of drawing lots began. Lu Zuanyu, the president of Yenyu Group, made a speech first, and then put his hand into the drawing box. Lu Cheng's heart was a little bit nervous. He felt more nervous than the battle. Number 656, Lu Cheng. Lu Zuanyu read the first fighter he drew. Because the number was less than the fighters of professional 9th pin, the audience would be more familiar with him, so he added a number. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Cheng's heart beat faster. He didn't expect to be the first one. Which group would he be in? When his name was read out, there was a burst of warm applause from the stands. He got the same treatment as the fighters of professional 9th pin. Lu Zuanyu smiled and was very satisfied with the audience's reaction. He reached out to draw a group from another box. The 4th group. The 4th group. Iron Palm Youth Wang Yi, with his hands flat on his knees, raised his eyebrows. Road to the arena, Zhou Yuanning's face became more dignified. The 4th group. Lu Cheng was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. Enemies are bound to meet, isn't it? I'm going to meet a friend of the forum again. And another fighter is staying in the same hotel with me. It's really a group of fate! Exclamation point. The result of the draw made him feel surprised and slightly happy. Although it was not as good as the 1st and 7th, it was a medium choice. Among the fighters of professional 9th pin, Road to the Arena was the weakest one. Invincible Punch looked at Road to the Arena worriedly. Master Road, Lu Cheng is not easy to deal with. I know. I'll pay more attention to him. Road to the Arena, Zhou Yuanning stretched his fist. After that, he saw that Invincible Punch was still dignified and full of worry. He chuckled and said, Don't worry. As long as I pay attention, Lu Cheng will not be my opponent. On the other side, Lu Cheng resisted the urge to laugh and send a message to Yan Zhika, waiting for the last fighter of the 4th group to draw. He didn't want to be too complacent. Fighters were drawn one by one, filling each group. After a long time, Lu Cheng finally heard the words, the 4th group. Number 245, Tang Yu. Lu Cheng read the name of the 4th fighter and carefully watched the match highlights and introductions of each fighter on the big screen. Well, it's a master of amateur first pin. He murmured and put away his joy. He felt that it was quite difficult to stand out in this group. A little carelessness would make others take advantage of him. For example, he and Road to the Arena had both suffered losses. Of course, it was much better than the other 5 groups. After recording the match videos of Tang Yu, Zhou Yuanning, and Wang Yi, Lu Cheng sent a message to Yan Zhika with a snickering emoji. Your luck is still shining. I've drawn a relatively weak group of professional 9th pin, amateur first pin and a professional 9th pin fighter who hasn't fought for several years. After that, he went to the service desk to ask for more detailed information of the 3 fighters and the follow-up schedule. He found that he would fight with Wang Yi tomorrow afternoon, Tang Yu the day after tomorrow morning, and Road to the Arena Zhou Yuanning the day after tomorrow afternoon. Lu Cheng, come on. We all think you can enter the top 16. Several girls at the service desk made cheering gestures. Lu Cheng smiled and said gently, I'll try not to let you down. Yes, he had come this far. As a fighter, how could he easily admit defeat? Chapter 51. After getting the detailed information, Lu Qing followed the guidance of the staff and came to a small meeting room in the martial arts arena. Huang Zhenzhong, Yi Yaoding, Wang Yi, Zhou Yuaning and the other 32 fighters were already seated. According to the rules of the Phoenix Cup Warrior Sage Candidate Challenge Tournament, everyone had to sign a contract with the organizer, Yanyu Group. As a newbie, Lu Qing looked around and habitually slipped to a corner to wait for the organizer. "Hey, you fought beautifully with Wu Shitong yesterday. I dream of having that listening skill." As soon as he sat down, the fighter next to him greeted him with a smile. Lu Qing turned around and his eyes lit up. The fighter who greeted him was not a girl, nor did he look feminine, but he was still stunning. He was about the same age as himself, and there was still a bit of scholarly air about him. His facial features were delicate and handsome, and his temperament was otherworldly. He had shoulder-length hair that gave him the temperament of an artist. At first glance, the words, "classical handsome man," automatically appeared in his mind. His second thought was, "banished immortal." With this appearance, he was more than qualified to be an idol in the entertainment industry. If little Ming saw this, his self-esteem would be hurt. Lu Qing criticized talker in his mind and replied politely, "Thank you, thank you. I was just lucky. I dare not be arrogant. There is no luck in listening skill." The classmate shook his head and smiled. "By the way, I haven't introduced myself." "Hello, Lu Qing, my name is Li Xiaoyuan." Lu Qing was a little surprised. "So you are Li Xiaoyuan. The highlights of your fight on the big screen just now were very exciting and very elegant. The competition videos were all long shots." Lu Qing knew who the fighter was from the words in the narration, but couldn't see his face clearly. Until now, Lu Qing matched the fighter in front of him with his name. He was a seated fighter, a mighty fighter of professional ninth pin. "With some effort, my cats and dogs look like martial arts masters." Li Xiaoyuan laughed. Seeing that he was not arrogant and seemed to be easy to get along with, Lu Qing relaxed. He was a little confused. "I don't know why, but the name Li Xiaoyuan sounds familiar. Have I seen it in the competition these days?" "That's your question. How would I know?" Li Xiaoyuan smiled mischievously. "But we may meet again in the next few years." "There's a possibility of meeting again?" Lu Qing was surprised. He didn't understand the reason and put on a standard dumbfounded face. Li Xiaoyuan saw that he had succeeded in keeping him in suspense. He chuckled and said, "Songqing University Martial Arts Club has Lin Ke and a strong fighter like you. It's only a matter of time before they enter the national finals. Then we'll meet again, right?" Hearing this, Lu Qing's mind flashed. He finally remembered where he had heard the name Li Xiaoyuan. Unparalleled Dragon King, the humanoid database, once commented on Lin Ke. Among this year's freshmen, Li Xiaoyuan from Guangnan and Fang Zhirong from Shanbei are better than Lin Quebec. Because he had only mentioned it once, he had long forgotten about it. Even Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch had no impression of them, so he did not mention them in the live broadcast post. "Are you Li Xiaoyuan from Guangnan University?" Lu Qing asked. Li Xiaoyuan nodded and said, "When I got your information and found out that you were a student of Songqing University, I was really surprised. I've watched several videos of Lin Ke's fights. He's a real fighter. Plus you're an amateur fighter. It makes no sense that you're not in the top 8 of the district competition. This is King embarrassing." Lu Qing felt ashamed and scratched his head subconsciously. "I've only made some small achievements recently." After a brief explanation, he quickly changed the topic. "Why did you come to participate in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament?" Li Xiaoyuan didn't answer directly. He took out his wallet and took out his ID card. He handed it to Lu Qing and said, "See for yourself." Lu Qing was at a loss at first. Then he took a closer look and saw the 3 words, Yanling City, clearly written on Li Xiaoyuan's ID card. "You're a local." He suddenly realized. Just as he was about to praise Li Xiaoyuan's ID card for not being ugly at all, Lu Zuanyu, the chairman of Yanyu Group, and several people in charge of the tournament came in, followed by many bodyguards who were obviously strong fighters. Lu Zuanyu said to the head bodyguard, Old Sheng, distribute the contract to everyone. The bodyguard, Old Sheng, was wearing sunglasses. He was of medium height, strong, and silent. When he distributed the contract, Lu Zuanyu held his hands together like a martial artist and saluted the fighters as an outer sect disciple of Kongtong School. Thank you all for coming to participate in the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament. Originally, I thought that a contract of good faith was unnecessary. But every country has its own laws and rules. We still have to follow the procedures. I believe that with everyone's moral character and martial arts ethics, you won't deliberately lose the game for gambling. Signing the contract is just a matter of face. Lu Zuanyu was very good at talking, so Lu Cheng and the others didn't have any resistance. After that, he gave the rest of the details to the person in charge of the tournament. At this time, the contract was handed to Lu Cheng. As a freshman, he didn't major in law, so he just flipped through it casually and read the key points. The general idea was that if any fighter was found to have participated in gambling related to his own tournament, he would be punished by Jianghu rules instead of the law. The martial arts tournament is a competition of two people's personal strength, including from talent to preparation. As long as it's personal and doesn't violate the relevant laws and regulations of the country, we'll allow it. The person in charge of the tournament explained, but if a fighter participates in gambling related to martial arts, he will always be looked down upon by the people in Jianghu. As for the mighty ones with physical invulnerability, they are rich and powerful, so it's hard to buy them off and they can't be coerced. But for a small tournament like ours, we still have to pay attention to it. After all, we want to hold many tournaments, so we can't ruin our reputation in the first one. As for the rules of Jianghu, everyone should know. 3 knives and 6 holes, and martial arts will be abolished. The last 8 words were said a bit coldly. Lu Cheng, who had never participated in such activities, opened his mouth slightly. He didn't expect such a thing, but after thinking carefully, he felt it was reasonable. He felt that he had a bottom line and didn't need to worry about violating it, so he took the pen on the table and prepared to sign. Aren't you afraid that this is actually a contract to sell yourself? A faint voice came from the side. Huh? Lu Cheng put the pen down and turned to look at Li Xiaoyuan, somewhat frightened. Li Xiaoyuan's expression didn't change. He said calmly, just kidding. After that, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Hey, classmate, you should act according to your image. As a banished immortal, don't always make jokes. Lu Cheng secretly complained a few times and carefully flipped through the contract before he dared to sign. After finishing this process, the 32 fighters left separately. Lu Cheng didn't have the time to check the live broadcast posts on the forum to see how Road to the Arena and Invincible Punch mentioned encountering his old enemy again. He hurriedly finished his dinner and rushed back to the hotel. He turned on his computer and searched for videos related to Iron Palm, Wuthering 8 movements and other martial arts. Even if he would lose in the end, he would lose beautifully. After a while, his phone beeped. It was Yenjika's reply. She sent an emoji of a monkey beating its chest and cheering, not bad. Now you know what it means to have an invincible character. You didn't even win one more bottle. Lu Cheng's tense mood instantly recovered. I feel that I have to think about how to repay you again. Hey, it's not urgent. I don't know how to repay you at the moment. Let me think about it. Yenjika replied. Lu Cheng was a little disappointed and told her about his encounter with Guangnan Li Xiaoyuan in the afternoon. In the end, he said, Guangnan University is indeed an old school with a strong martial arts atmosphere. Yeah, they entered the national final this year by winning first place in the district competition. Yenjika sent a sighing emoji. Lu Cheng didn't know how to continue, so he said, I'm watching the competition video of Wang Yi, my opponent tomorrow, a professional 9th pin fighter who lives in the same hotel. Yenjika asked, what kind of martial arts is he good at? Iron palm. I watched it. In the previous competition, someone defended with his arm, but his arm was broken by his palm. Lu Qing sent an emoji of, I'm so scared that I hid behind the door. Yenjika sent a surprised emoji. Then how do you defend? His attack is too horrible. Normally speaking, because of the characteristics of the body, the concentration of force, and the hammering practice, the hands, arms, legs, and feet were all used to defend the opponent's attack. Now, even the weapons could be broken by the opponent, how could he defend? Anyway, I don't want to win. I'm considering whether to always hit the wrist sideways to avoid the sharp edge to defend, or to keep wandering, avoiding direct contact and looking for an opportunity. Lu Qing told her his plan. The former requires the ability to judge moves and experience. Most of the time, you need to touch to grasp the listening skill, right? Yenjika expressed her opinion. Lu Qing sent a nodding emoji. I'm also inclined to the latter method. Once there was contact, it was very likely that the defense would be broken. Well, if you want to enter the top 16, the focus is not on the iron palm, but on the other two. By the way, how do you know that professional 9th pin fighter has been absent for many years? Yenjika asked. Because I know him. He's a friend in the forum of Longhu Club. Lu Qing answered honestly. Yenjika sent a covering mouth emoji. What a coincidence. In ancient times, you could even become sworn brothers. What kind of martial arts is he good at? Wuthering 8 movements. Lu Qing answered. Yenjika said, Wuthering 8 movements? It just so happens that I know something. Indefinite wind and unruly wind are footwork and dodging techniques. Shapeless wind and leakless wind are fighting techniques similar to the chilling to the bone of the 24 blizzard strikes. Howling wind and raging wind are similar to the brutal blizzard, but they don't require much listening skill. Tornado wind is a killing move, and horrifying hurricane is an explosive move. She talked about her understanding of Wuthering 8 movements. Lu Qing had a deeper understanding of it after watching the video just now. There's another fighter who's good at the shape of divine elephant. His leg skills and strength are very strong. While talking about Tang Yu, Lu Qing couldn't help but ask about his feelings during the chat just now. You don't seem to be in a good mood now. You don't even use emojis. Yenjika sent a pitiful emoji. Well, I'm not feeling well. My stomach hurts. Stomach hurts? Is there anyone at home? Let them take you to the hospital. You can't take medicine or force yourself to bear it. Lu Qing was anxious at once. He seemed to empathize with her. Yenjika was silent for dozens of seconds and sent 2 words. Idiot, ah. Lu Qing was confused. Why am I an idiot? Why am I an idiot if I care about your health? Yenjika sent an emoji of squatting in the corner and drawing circles. It's no use to go to the hospital. It's, Lu Qing finally understood, and his old face immediately turned red. I'm a big idiot. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.